Oh man, so we are live, good folks. We are live. Got a nice little show planned for the night, man. Listen, it's New Year's Eve. It's not really the most organized live, but I do have a direction I want to take this thing in, man. We're gonna talk about several different things. Dave Chappelle got his shit going on with people calling him out, people talking about the state of hip hop and rap, talking about Drake and Kendrick Lamar beef ruined rap. We're gonna tap into all these little narratives and shit, go in and out and weave things together tonight, but we just vibing. Nothing too strict. What I'm basically doing is tomorrow I may be a little busy, so I'm running through topics, and I'm gonna chop these things up when I wake up in the morning and just serve this to y'all for at least tomorrow, and people that may have missed the live stream. So that's what we doing right here, man. So as you join the live, I don't expect a lot of people being here for that because I started the damn live at 2 o'clock in the morning. So I expect a small, intimate group just hanging and chilling. So as you join the live, make sure you go ahead and talk your shit in the chat because you do know we do talk back. We not bougie over here, man. It's all conversational. We can go and hang out and vibe, man. How was y'all holidays, by the way? Mine was pretty chill. I went up to my brother's crib up in Naples, and chilling. Hold on. Well, yeah, my brother live in Naples, man. I went up to his crib for the holidays, for Christmas, hang out with him. The next day, boy, came back down to Miami. On the day after Christmas and hung out with family down here and took a day or so off. That's when I watched Stranger Things and shit. That's why I just did a reaction to Stranger Things. I covered that and all that good stuff. But I gotta really dive into a bunch of shit, man. I ain't really been on like my schedule as far as everything. I gotta like really lock in. One thing, bro, I hate holidays, I hate birthdays, I hate all that shit because it's a baked in distraction. It's a distraction that's just inevitable. It makes you get off schedule and shit. Sometimes I be waiting for these moments to go, but I do want to enjoy them because it gives you a reason, like all the family to be in one place so you can go ahead and spend time with your family and shit and big vibe and stuff. So I appreciate holidays for that reason, but when I am focused on stuff, I'm like, man, I'm gonna have to get myself back on point, get myself back into that mind state of locking in. So that's one thing that I'm like, all right, once this holiday is over, I gotta get my shit back on point. 5 o'clock in the morning wake ups. I can't be live streaming at 2 o'clock in the morning and shit. I gotta really lock in and be on point for everything, man. So I'm gonna go ahead and probably like do that starting next week. But I know the gym gonna be looking crazy. But if you go at 5 o'clock in the morning, ain't nobody in the gym, so I ain't gotta worry about the new year people swinging in and shit. But we can get everything going. I'm gonna make sure y'all getting y'all clips, y'all uploads. One thing that I've been tripping on, bro, I have not been uploading as much as I need to. I usually my goal is at least having 3 uploads on the main channel, period. And then I'm supposed to be feeding TikTok. I'm supposed to be feeding Instagram as well. I don't feed shit, bro. So I need to get this year for sure, my New Year resolution. If there ever gonna be one, it's going to be creating a damn presence on all the social media. Jerome Spicer was good, homie. Glad you're on, my brother. You keep us overnight crew up and running. Thanks, brother. I got you, Jerome. But yeah, man, my New Year resolution is going to be making sure I establish a presence on social media. Make sure I take the time to clip my shit and post it everywhere. So I'm gonna be focusing on that for sure, man. Getting that rolling. But let's go ahead and get into the first topic of the night, man. So people have been reacting to the Dave Chappelle shit, man. Dave Chappelle just had a special. I watched the special. I did fall asleep, but it wasn't because of him. I just was fucking tired. But the jokes that I did see and hear, I was rolling. I was laughing. And I like he's a conversationalist as well as comedian. So I like what I was hearing. But I'm seeing a lot of crazy reactions. People saying he not top 5. Some people call him a sellout. So we're going to see what Mike Epps got to say about Dave Chappelle saying he not top 5. I think I did also see... I think I seen Corey Hogan speak on, bro, too. I think my boy may cover that shit. My boy Sensei Rip. But I think Corey Holcomb said some shit. Yeah, we finna tap into people because people been going in on Dave Chappelle, so I want to see what the fuck going on, bro. Like, what these comedians especially, is this coming from a place of jealousy, or they feel like they really not fucking with what he doing up on the stage, bro? You know, he was flexing a nigga's face when he went and go get the bad at Saudi. with the Emirates and shit. I don't know if that's the Emirates. I'm just talking. I'm just saying shit. But he was trying to flex on them, slit flexing on their ass because people was hating on him. But let's see what's going on. So Mike Epps responds to Fat Joe when he asked why Dave Chappelle ain't in his top 5 comedians of all time. Let's tap in and see what's up.
That's how that shit went.
Yeah.
Comedy Mount Rushmore. Come on, Richard Pryor, Eddie Murphy, or Martin Lawrence, Bernie Mac, and Robin Harris.
Bang!
Can't nobody beat that
That's
5.
monster 5.
Who gonna beat that 5?
Ooh, wait.
Who gonna beat that 5, man? Nobody beating that Richard Pryor. No. You know what? Hold up.
Yo.
There is an exception. I didn't hear Dave Chappelle.
Well, Dave Chappelle he's younger than me.
Don't matter.
He ain't up there with them to me. That's my opinion. Now I have to put him in a category that's
right after them.
You can't tell the kids that. Me and him looking up at the same person. See what I'm saying?
I get it. I'm the same way you say if it was hip hop, we would mention LL, KRS, shit like that. We ain't gonna mention
like a nigga, like you would get mad if a nigga tried to say wanted you to look up to Tim Dog.
Let me tell you something.
If a nigga try to get you to look up to Tim,
let me tell you a story though.
How you gonna compare? Who's Tim Dog? Matter of fact, I'm thinking you're not talking about Timberland, right? Or you just saying somebody else named Tim Dog. If I don't know him, I'm sorry. I may be too young, or I'm not from New York or up north. But who's Tim Dog he's referring to? And the fact that I'm asking who he is for clarification means the comparison don't make sense. You can't compare a motherfucker I'm wondering who he's talking about to Dave Chappelle. The fuck?
Oh, that's crazy that he said that. Hold up.
Nigga don't know about Tim Dog, man.
How about, can I say something? Can I fucking say something? How about none of us in the Bronx know nothing about Tim Dog? Tim Dog was the first 6ix9ine. The nigga had real niggas behind him from the 9, but we never knew where the fuck Tim Dog was from. He's like, he fucked Compton. I'm from the Bronx. I'm from the... We don't know where Tim Dog is from.
He wasn't from the Bronx?
You can't go to a building and say this is Tim Dog. Nobody knew where he was from.
You lied.
So how y'all comparing this nigga to Dave Chappelle? See, Mike Epps be slick. He be slick hating on his peers, bro.
Years later, I don't give a fuck. What I'm trying to tell you is, I'm trying to think about
did some brave shit though.
He had dudes behind him that were the real deal. That was the
whole
West Coast
in the 90s.
I dare you try to call your cousins in the Bronx to tell us where's Tim Dog from.
Everybody, and he was saying he was from the Bronx, but he had the West Coast niggas mad at the Bronx.
He also had
So he West Coast too. Oh, West Coast niggas was mad at the Bronx because Tim Dog was rapping. That's what we're trying to say. I don't know, but that's what he's saying. Tim Dog was the first New York rapper to diss the West Coast. Oh, okay. See, I ain't know that. I did not know that. But let's go ahead and move on to Corey Hogan's opinion, man. Let's see what Corey got to say.
It reminds me of the little tiny joke that what's his name threw in his thing.
What'd he throw? What joke? What are we talking
Dave
about?
Dave Chappelle.
What'd he say?
The new one. He said something, but he was describing somebody.
I watched it.
Okay, remember that? You remember that when he said that so-and-so was as black as Wesley Snipes?
I don't remember that part.
He threw that one in there.
I will say, like, I said what I said about Dave Chappelle. I swear I do not dislike the brother Dave Chappelle. You guys run with stuff. I don't dislike the brother Dave Chappelle. I am proud that the brother is able to do what he does. What I was saying was when he would be on the mics around, I felt like he would just stand up there for hours and just practice. Maybe that's how I should have said it. He practices too long with the crowd.
I mean, David has some 8-hour sets.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, he could do that because,
But I think people was going with all he hate and all that shit. I don't hate nobody, man. Dave Chappelle, I watched the special and I thought it was a great drama. I really did. I thought it was a great comedic drama. You know what I'm saying? I'm being sincere when I speak. I can't fucking say what you want me to fuck to say. to any motherfucker. And when I do fuck up and say what somebody want me to say, I be so mad after I think about it. God damn it. I held back my true heart.
Yeah.
So, I mean, look, you know what Dave Chappelle doing is motherfucking some shit that's like, yo, he got motherfucking Netflix on lock. You feel me?
Yeah.
And what he said, I was into it. I watched the whole thing. He dropped some real knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He dropped some real knowledge on a lot of shit.
I got
one thing I gotta say that's gonna make motherfuckers mad. That man talked about what happened at the Hollywood Bowl. You saw that?
Sure
No, I ain't seen it. I'm gonna watch it tonight.
Hey man, let me tell you this. You know what happened at the Hollywood Bowl
when
he was on stage.
Got attacked
when
by
the
that
punk
crazy
attacked the Buster attacked the stage.
And people did what?
From what I heard, I don't know. A few rappers stepped in.
A lot of people helped.
Right.
I'm gonna tell you something, boy. You can't take Backdooria guys for granted, because they will whoop ass if you fuck with one of them.
This nigga, man, come on, bro. This nigga.
Hey, boy.
Bruh.
Hey, man, the Backdooria niggas be working out, dog. I'm saying for real. Especially in Hollywood, man. Some of the most in shape 40, 50-year-old who's is on the Backdooria side of the game, and they will beat your ass just because they like
physical contact,
splash parties in the back. That don't mean they won't super sock your ass. Cause you heard.
Cool Rich, what's good, homie? Man, I'm just up late, bro. we on the East Coast. It's 2 in the morning over here, my boy. But one thing about it, I know West Coast gonna be up. So I'm like, even if it's late, I'm still gonna go on stream because y'all gonna be up. Hit the like button as y'all join the chat, dog.
Who all helped him?
I don't see.
We're gonna spoiler alert. We're gonna spoil it for Craig.
I heard.
He don't want to say it. I get it. I know.
On the stage, like
Busta Rhymes did it. Who else? Who?
Watch this. Phil, who else helped him?
Richard Simmons.
Stop, no.
Did you say Richard Simmons? Get off here.
Email is good.
Get off here.
Yeah,
Cut that
mashed
out.
potato on
What's
him.
good, homie? Gabe, what's good?
Cut that out.
I don't know. I'm saying I don't know who Backdoor.
Jamie Foxx helped him?
Yeah.
What Jamie Foxx did? Was Jamie Foxx there, Phil? That's what I heard too.
But also, I loved how Dave turned it into a joke. You know what I'm saying? Like he really works that.
Everybody knew what was up. They worked it into a joke. That's what I'm saying. It's like, don't think that I hate when people run with it like in a way where it's.
South Africa, what's good, man? Oh, we got a late night gang in there. This really late night gang. We big vibe tonight. But all right, so let's go ahead and move on to FD Signifier's take on Dave Chappelle, because he straight up called him a sellout. Like, what do you mean? How is Dave a sellout? We gonna get super political and not talk about the jokes. Like, how we get to this point, FD?
A few weeks back, probably as of now, on a night where people witnessed the classic, beautiful image of a gifted black boxer breaking the jaw of an obnoxious symbol of white privilege.
We watched that live.
Yeah. The world was surprised with a brand new special from one Dave Chappelle in the aftermath. Chappelle being the legendary comedian who has over recent years seen his universal love slowly turn into controversial appreciation from a distance. I've made a few videos about Dave over the years, first in response to his controversial special, The Closer, a few years back when he made failed attempts to defend his lazy use of trans jokes. I also engaged with Dave probably a year ago after he released The Dreamer, mostly just explaining why my take on Dave and his weak defense of his trans jokes has aged incredibly well. However, today, after watching Dave's most recent special, The Unstoppable, I realized there are some flaws in the way I've spoken about Dave in these last few years.
Okay, so you are being accountable to something, or it's a hook coming. I know it's a hook coming, bro, but it's crazy. It's two Americas, even when it comes to just like people saying as far as just race and shit. It's two Americas. People perceive things totally different. The trans joke's funny as hell to me, but some folks that even may be on the same side political as me, they be uptight about that shit. I'm like, damn, y'all really take that shit to the heart. I'm like, sheesh, y'all, you really mad about that? It's just a joke, bro. It's just a joke, bro. That shit blow me. Pause. But let me see what this nigga saying, man.
Was really being too nice to Dave.
Okay, so he feel like he was being, that's the hook. He feel like he was being too nice to him. All right, bro. All right, what, let me see. Let me see if I can learn something or try to learn some tolerance. Y'all, anybody watch South Park in this shit? I remember I was a kid and they had an episode about tolerance on South Park. That shit was funny as hell.
In these last few years, I was really being too nice to Dave. Dave Chappelle is one of the greatest comedians of all time. One of the few comedians from the 90s who can still tell good jokes halfway through the 2020s. This is not up for debate. I want to start there just to level set. The Unstoppable isn't Dave's best work, but that doesn't mean it's not funny. It suffers from being compared to Dave's early work nearly 30 years ago that still holds up to this day. I had a few good laughs, but nothing compared to any of that stuff
ever made was good
from 30 years ago, let alone some of his other work on Netflix. I say all of this to undermine anybody new coming here that thinks I'm here to cancel Dave or to undermine the talent that Dave has, although he will probably get some flack for his anti-Israel statement.
Homie out of city. Yeah. Appreciate you, man. I need more people that's from Miami to watch my channel, dog.
I'll come back to that. My goal in this video isn't to get you to stop enjoying Dave's work or to imagine a world where what I have to say will change the way that people regard Dave. I'm just presenting a critique of Dave in this special to enrich your own thinking and maybe entertain you. My goal is for you to reevaluate your perception of what Dave Chappelle is and has been doing in his comedy. Even if you decide to continue to support and celebrate him, which is your prerogative, at least you'll be better informed and less easily manipulated about what's actually being happened. Because
I mean, okay, as he presenting this shit, I know bro is very politically like correct in certain things as far as things going on with the left wing politics. So I really want to know what you're gonna say right here, because Dave Chappelle just really don't care too much about the trans shit. You feel like it's been too much of a problem for a small ass group. We are basically put on like, yeah. I'm trying to figure out a way to say this shit. Like, it's like we are all moving or being manipulated based on what this small group of people want us to do to accommodate them. All right. And Dave Chappelle is like, fuck that. I'm gonna say my jokes. These things have been funny for years, and I'm not going to assimilate. I'm going to say these fucking jokes just for the sake of making sure we are going to maintain this level of comedy. We are not going to strip this away from us comedians. We're going to say what the fuck we want to say. And this has become a very taboo thing to say within the past decade or so with all these identity politics or things of that sort. Dave is like, nah, you're not going to push me off of this shit. I don't care how y'all feel about this. Y'all not going to take this away from me. And I appreciate that, bro. You ain't going to take that away from us, bro. Fuck that. We not going to be all pussy her. Not no disrespect to ladies out there, but we not going to be weak and sad about a fucking joke. Everybody gets these jokes, bro. Everybody get these jokes. That's equality, ain't it?
Talented, rich people are not cancelable unless they do some type of heinous sex crime. And even then, it's a toss. So understand up front, Dave Chappelle has not and will not lose a penny for anything I or anyone else has said. I'm just engaging with ideas. So please don't throw that out there as a deflection or whataboutism. All right. Don't waste your time with the he's entitled to his opinion defense, because whenever you say that, you're basically just admitting that you don't have an argument to go against what's being said. So you're arguing for the validity of saying something, which is stupid. But it is what it is. I say all this to say, feel free to click away if you don't want your perception to be challenged. And if you decide to stay and engage with that, don't be a fucking baby in my comments. All right. So to explain what I'm sure will be an inflammatory title for this video, let's look at this old joke from Dave Chappelle.
I'll say anything, nigga. I've done commercials for Coke and Pepsi. I don't give a fuck what comes out of my mouth. I just say what it takes. Whatever it takes, that's what I'm saying.
I want to shout out to the brothers at Waving the Red Flag podcast. We talked about this in their podcast, maybe like the night after it came out. But this joke from like 20 years ago is honestly the most telling and clarifying joke about Dave that he's ever given the world. Dave Chappelle is full of shit. He's a bullshitter. And the thing that I need to fully engage with is that Dave knows he's a bullshitter, but he also knows that most of us don't know he's a bullshitter. To be fair to him, he's tried to tell us numerous times, right? But despite that, people still hold him up as a truth teller, as the opposite of being full of shit, when in reality, his main focus has always been bullshitting to get his money. Dave, as he says in his special, is a capitalist, and as any highly talented comedian, bullshitting is their job. So I kind of get it. But what I want to do here is make sure that from here on, if you've watched this video, that you get it too, so you can stop treating Dave with a reverence he does not deserve. I've already talked.
And I think, okay, he could have had a joke years ago as far as just being young and loose with the tongue as far as talking the shit when he on that mic. But as time proceeds and he realized that comedy is under attack, and him being an elder statesman and also being someone who has walked away from millions of dollars after realizing how people looked at him being a black man in that position, obviously his perspective may have changed, bro. Obviously, I think his perspective has changed, and he's realized I walked away and came back, and I have much more pride about myself in his position. So I'm going to take on, head on this fight when it comes for us as comedians being able to say what the fuck we want. I think it's much more to that than you, from what I perceive you to be giving him credit for. Like, let me listen to some more of this shit, because I don't know if I agree with what you're saying, bro. I don't agree with what you're saying as far as just using that joke from years ago like a person can't progress as a human. I'm pretty sure you said things years ago and your perspective has changed and you've grown to have different perspectives. Yeah, you could bullshit as far as the jokes and things of that sort, and playful and stuff, but some things, once again, with comedy being under attack by cancel culture, like, niggas gonna wanna go ahead and stand up against that shit. That's not bullshit. That's the nigga's livelihood his livelihood is under attack.
About that length about the trans jokes and how they're lazy and poorly thought out along with being offensive. So I'm not going to rehash that. But again, I tended to think that maybe like most people, Dave just didn't know how off he was with the trans jokes. So his offensive jokes could be interpreted as mistakes of understanding. However, now it's very clear and more egregious that Dave knows he's doing things that he deserves criticism for. He just doesn't care, but he does care enough to not like being criticized. Dave is not unaware of how harmful what he's saying and doing is. And if his previous behavior and ideological positions are to be taken seriously, he should know what he knows that he acts like he doesn't know.
Is he aware that he's being harmful? Or is he aware that y'all being soft? I think in his mind, y'all being soft. He doesn't think he's being harmful at all. That's why he's doubling down. And he's like, I'm not gonna let y'all being soft control me. And you may not think you're being soft. You may not think that. He thinks that though. I think he 100% believes that. And this is his way about going about it.
Does that make sense? To clarify, around halfway through this special, Dave talks about how he's been criticized for going to the Riyadh Festival in Saudi Arabia, and he has this to say.
I've been getting a lot of grief, again, because I did a comedy festival in Saudi Arabia. They said, well, Saudi Arabia killed a journalist, and rest in peace, Jamal Khashoggi. I'm sorry that he got murdered in such a heinous... Also, Israel's killed 240 journalists in the last 3 months. So I didn't know y'all was still counting.
So this is a classic whataboutism, and I know for a fact that I need to explain it, so sit tight for a second. Okay. The Riyadh Comedy Festival was a special event held in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, and it was a controversial and in many ways disappointing example as to why you should believe Dave's words in that snippet I showed earlier, because it shows that Dave, much like most celebrities, is only as principled as he is well paid. Many of you may not know this, but Saudi Arabia is not a great place for a multitude of reasons. They've participated in more than a few human atrocities over the years. They have extremely repressive laws around women and sexuality. There are legitimately more oppressive than other Muslim nations and not actually rooted in a true practice of Islam. Their government is corrupt and despotic. Dave mentions how they murdered a journalist a few years back for criticizing the royal family. Yes, but that's not where this begins or ends. And again, Dave knows this. Saudi Arabia also has what essentially amounts to legal slavery right now in 2025. 2026, probably when you're watching this. They have an estimated 700,000 plus people in a variety of exploitative conditions, which amount to slavery, many of which are Africans. Speaking of Africa, the Saudi government has treated them much like America has treated its imperial neo-colonies, which includes an influx of Ethiopians who often immigrate to Saudi Arabia because of the things Saudi Arabia is doing in East Africa. And those Ethiopians were subject to a mass killing just a couple of years ago.
But FD, bro, like, at the same damn time, you saying all this shit about Saudi Arabia. But then on your same platform, you may talk about the prison industrial complex and all the atrocities that goes on in America. But Dave Chappelle could come to America amidst everything going on. You guys know, I know you may not like what's going on with how Trump is handling immigration, but you would not mind if Dave Chappelle sells out a show in America and performs in America. Like, come on, bro. It's like, if someone is proudly or outwardly against your politics, you are going to find ways to discount them in some type of way. That's one thing I'm saying over and over and over again. If I wanted to play that game, I could play that game with anybody and pick and choose whenever I want to, bro. But I'm like, I just find it this being disingenuous. Like the homie said earlier, it's intellectually dishonest. Like, nah, bro. Nah.
Saudi Arabia is also currently funding one half of the Sudanese civil war that's creating a massive humanitarian crisis in Africa. I've had a few people point out that Saudi Arabia is not explicitly funding the more brutal Rapid Support or RSF forces, which is true, but they're still greatly responsible for the neo-colonial state of Sudan, and they are engaged in what amounts to a proxy war with them and the United Arab Emirates, who are allegedly funding the RSF. And this is all with the goal of controlling the resources of Sudan, not supporting the self-determination of Sudan or anything that's actually helpful to Africans. I am glossing over a lot. Global politics is not my bag. Feel free to elaborate or correct me in the comments. I'm working on something to fix my lack of understanding there, but here's the point. Dave pointing out how awful America is with its support of Israel or legacy of empire does not make it the same, does not make it any less bad that he went there to perform. This wasn't like Dave had a homie with the comedy club in Saudi Arabia and he went there for a private event. He performed for those in power to whitewash what they're really doing in that country and abroad. And much like with every other person that is forced to perform there, I guarantee Dave had to sign a contract to censor himself to not criticize the Saudi government or say anything bad about what they're doing, which is something, if you let Dave tell you, he would never do, because freedom of speech and his ability to say what he wants is so important to him. But it's not if the check is right. It's a complete betrayal of what many perceive Dave to stand for. It's the definition of selling out. Performing at this festival at the behest of the Saudi government for their king and their prince or whatever would be like somebody from Saudi Arabia coming here to perform for Donald Trump, and Donald Trump made him promise not to talk about racism or issues with queer people or ICE terrorizing the cities and all kinds of shit. The same stuff he's complaining about with Donald Trump, if he were a Saudi Arabian person coming here, they'll be like, I don't see anything wrong happening in DC. That's who Dave Chappelle is right now, and I need people to recognize that. And Dave is literally joking about his role in that process and how well they paid him to tap dance for those people.
Every article said the comedians hoard themselves out to a dictator, but all the articles have my picture on it. And you know what? I can't even get mad, because you know, to be fair, I did make more money than all of those comedians. You know what my new job is? I sit by the phone and wait for them Arabs to call me. Can I help you guys?
When Dave does the whataboutism comparing them.
Cool Rich says, dude, believe Dave's word when he said he'll say anything for money. Also, dude, everything Dave says is full of shit. Welcome contradiction. Dude, Nathan, what's good, homie? What's good? What's good? As you join the chat, talk your shit, cause we do talk about, man.
To the US or Israel, it's some bullshit and he knows it. But he knows most of y'all don't know this. He knows he can tell a few jokes, bring up something that everyone would be on his side about, which is the genocide in Gaza, points at a shitbird nobody likes like Bill Maher, and then moves on as if he's really addressed the issue, but he hasn't. There really is no excuse for Dave performing over there except for him just saying, look, I wanted the money and I'm greedy. And he's kind of said that, just not fully. What's clear now, going back to the closer, where Dave famously promised he wouldn't make any more trans jokes. Remember that? Remember when Dave Chappelle said, no more trans jokes until we're all on one accord? This nigga. It shows that Dave doesn't have a lot of respect for his audience because he knows at the end of the day, enough people will either be misinformed or not care about him talking out his ass without consequence. When Dave says it's easier to talk in Saudi Arabia, he really means it's easier for him. And that's only because he has no desire to criticize the fact that the people that cut that check are also murdering African immigrants and funding a genocide in Sudan. And I bet he doesn't like that. In fact, I'd argue that he probably doesn't even agree with the treatment of gay people in Saudi Arabia, but
I don't give a fuck what comes out of my mouth. I just say what it takes. Whatever it takes, that's what I'm saying.
And I wouldn't be so...
Once again, dog, it's a slippery slope. Y'all remember that movie Dope when Vince Staples and ASAP Rocky was talking about slippery slope? You try to die on that hill, Dave Chappelle will never perform anywhere. If you want to take this moral high ground, he will never perform anywhere. Yeah, he says he's perform over there as far as what he want to say, but he still can come over and perform in the USA though. I bet that. I put a ban on that. He gonna come over here and perform still. Still gonna perform over here. And another thing, like, okay, he may be aware of those things. He may not be aware of those things. I just think maybe his jokes that he wants to write just may not be the jokes that you want him to tell. You may, I can't wait for him to get on the government, that government like he gets on our government. I think maybe proximity may not allow him to be as well within knowledge to have the understanding of everything that goes on over there. Are you gonna shoot some stereotypical jokes? Maybe he probably did say some stereotypical jokes, but as far as the in-depth things that someone that's actually living there could tell as a comedian that may not want to tell, but that person just has much more information than a foreigner will have, he's not gonna say that shit. But I guess because you have the information, because you are a foreigner, you expect him to have the information, that maybe your angle right there.
Bothered if it weren't for the mythological role that Dave plays in black culture as some type of righteous truth teller. I don't think Dave lies per se, right? But as I said in my video, he only tells half truths. He says the part people will appreciate and leaves out the parts where he's taking blood money or doing things he knows he shouldn't be doing to offend folks because he knows he can get away with it. And that's what really frustrates me about certain black folks right now beyond Dave Chappelle. We are severely lacking in our capacity to analyze a situation beyond a racial frame. I understandably feel the need to protect, uplift, and celebrate our icons and luminaries who make great art and comedy and music, much like all of us are rooting for Anthony Joshua to knock out Jake Paul or whichever Paul brother that is in that fight. That I'm still with. But if Anthony Joshua comes out and does some fuck shit about black people, then it's fuck Anthony Joshua until he apologizes for the shit. We really got to be recognizing when we're being played, when folks are using their connection to blackness to avoid substantive criticism, because it happens all the time, and so many of us keep letting these Negroes get away with it. If people talked about Dave Chappelle...
You know what's blowing me right now? As he just said that shit? FD, bro. I just watched the video like yesterday about you low-key giving Tyler, the Creator, so much grace, and he never apologized verbally for the things that he done in his past. Not saying that he has to, but you obviously think he has to, based on what you just said about Anthony Joshua and your hypothetical situation. So I'm like, damn, you say that, but then you say this, maybe you the same as Dave Chappelle. Maybe you just someone that gets on the mic and you have your sights set on whatever topic that you may be discussing, and you zero in and you just talk your shit about that topic. But when you zoom back, you're gonna have some inconsistencies. You're gonna have some things that people can poke holes in, and even me, I may have things that people can poke hole in. If they really like, dissect every single thing I say. I just feel like, bro, comedy is comedy. I just don't like this policing of comedy. Stop policing comedy, dog. This is not the place. It's not the place. You have, like someone say up here, dog, bro, compare Dave, Cool Rich say, bro, compare Dave to a political figure, dog. We have political figures to really listen to what the fuck they saying about certain shit. Why y'all putting this pressure on to comedians? They're fucking comedians. They're the gestures. They're the clowns. And yes, some comedians are very smart, but they don't want to be taken that seriously that they can affect elections and shit. If that's the case, then that is a bad thing within our society, that we gotta lean on the fucking comedian rather than a political pundit that we could really trust, that's really focusing, that's where their life's work is in political shit. But we rather listen to the fucking comedian. That says a lot about us than it says about Dave Chappelle. Like, stop putting this pressure on people that's not asking for it, bruh. Only thing this nigga doing is trying to defend his right to tell jokes.
Chappelle, the way they do Kevin Hart, who also performed at the festival, because of course he did. I wouldn't even bother talking about it because nobody's running around saying Kevin Hart is some type of radical truth teller. In fact, I probably wouldn't even say anything.
I gotta research this Flacco scamming shit. I seen Flacco do a video recently with it all white, a goddamn white polo, quarter zip, and a Rolex, and now you talking about you scamming and shit. What going on? What would Ja Rule say? Real shit, bro. Why the fuck y'all care about what Dave Chappelle got to say about this shit, bro? And that's funny because it's a Dave Chappelle joke. Smart shit, Danique. I see what you did there.
Think about Dave if he hadn't put out this half-ass horrible whataboutism of an excuse. If he just did a special and not even addressed it, I'd have maybe made a post, but like I wouldn't think to break it down even further because at least that's an acknowledgement that he knows he was wrong and doesn't want to engage it. But because Dave is on this pedestal, I feel the need to make sure people understand why they need to knock him off. For the longest, Dave has done little to nothing to agitate against power or the systems that harm us, and even in his comedy. We got a few Charlie Kirk jokes, but they were pulled punches if you ask me. And if you think about it, we haven't heard hardly anything in terms of our political reality from Dave for almost 10 years of Trump and Biden and Trump again. He talks about it at the end of this video, but considering where he really stands, I just can't follow him there. I just wish folks would expect and demand more from people we proclaim to be powerful thinkers. The bar is too low right now, and Dave himself is proof. I get it. I was there when the story broke that.
Okay, maybe he's saying stop looking at Dave Chappelle for this type of shit. And I get that, but I think we gotta give much more respect to our viewers. Although there's a lot of dumbass viewers, they do get their political takes from people they shouldn't be getting from. I get that. But at the same damn time, bro, Dave Chappelle is not the one asking for them. He's asking for freedom for comedians. His union. The comedians to say what they want to say. You know, that's what he's doing. Not really trying to push no political shit as far as that. But I get you saying he was censored in Saudi Arabia, but what if he just ain't had no fucking jokes for them people, dog? What if he just ain't had no fucking jokes for them, bro? Cause y'all know how it goes with comedy. In comedy, what niggas do, how they build up sets is they go around America, the Chitlin circuit, or maybe whatever local places and work out their fucking jokes. He's not going to fucking comedy clubs in Saudi Arabia to work out fucking jokes. He's not doing that shit. The jokes he's coming over there with is jokes that he's worked out over here in America, then going over them shits with his best material or just filtering that shit, you know? It's not the same thing, my boy.
Dave left the Chappelle show and went to get his mind right in Africa, leaving $30 million on the table and sacrificing his show, allegedly off the principle of holding on to his integrity as a black man. That was an amazing and inspiring moment to witness, and I still find that story inspiring, but that was 20 years ago. Barack Obama was about to be president, Kanye West was still dating black women, and cell phones chirped. The preceding years have not been kind to Dave's principles. It's hard to believe that the same man who fled to Africa just came back from Saudi Arabia. But here we are. It's still perfectly fine to find Dave's comedy enjoyable. I laughed several times, although not as much as other specials. Dave is not responsible for the system he participates in. We all have to make compromises at different times because that's the reality of the situation. But there's compromising and then there's transgressing. And I don't know about y'all, but to me, performing for a government that's committing a genocide in Africa is a transgression. I don't know, maybe I'm weird for that shit. But I don't know Dave. Dave is only accountable to his community and his own conscience and his family. But I know that my conscience and my community will probably look elsewhere for real truth telling and righteous behavior because Dave hasn't shown that to me for a while now. I'm FD Signifier and this has been Light Work.
All right, that's FD Signifier. One thing about FD Signifier, one thing about me, I like watching people's stuff I'm not always going to agree with. That's how I grow. I learn different perspectives and it stretches my mind. You know, I challenge my mind. I challenge the way I think about things. I don't like watching shit that's just someone that's going to think the same way I think. I don't watch that shit. Unless they're going to give me more information, just like, you know, I'll watch them for more information as far as insider details. But if someone's going to say the same thing I say, I don't care about them. But FD Signifier, sometimes he's aligned with what I think, but other times I don't think the way he thinks about certain things. So I want to just see where his mind is on shit. And it gives me more perspective. And that's, once again, that's how I grow. And, you know, makes me much more understanding of people out here in this goddamn freaking world. But all right, man, that was that topic. What y'all saying in the chat? Let me see what y'all saying. Scroll up, see a little bit more. Cause we talking about that topic for a little minute, man. Hey, as y'all in the chat, man, talk your shit. Can we do talk bad? Let me know who in here. I get shout outs already. But let me see. These type are so intellectually dishonest. He has the right to his opinion, but think he's informing us when he isn't. Dave just doesn't assimilate. That's the reverence. Being incorruptible. Yes, that's what the thing is. He's not assimilating, it's my opinion. And he's trying to say that he's assimilating to what's going on in Saudi. I just don't agree with that. I don't think he's assimilating. I think, once again, I broke it down like how niggas move when it comes to comedy, bro. Niggas just go over there. Niggas work their sets in small clubs. He's not working his sets for Saudi. He just going over there and just doing some shit that he already had planned over here. Niggas ain't got no set planned from fucking Saudi Arabia. He's giving them whatever he got. All right, let's go ahead and move on to the next topic, though, man. Next topic, we talking about what's going on in rap. So for the longest, like I told you earlier, this ain't a normal live stream. I don't know what's gonna be a normal live stream moving forward anyway. But we just winging this motherfucker, all right? We just hanging out and chilling tonight. I'm just trying to gather things up to post and clip for tomorrow. Things I had ideas as far as topics to talk about. So we just like smoothly going through things, man. But I have been seeing the conversation about Kendrick Lamar and Drake and people trying to blame the rap game, how things going on Kendrick Lamar and Drake. I seen academics talking some more about it. I seen goddamn Jim Jones talking about it with some people trying to blame how things going on with shit, man. There's so many people trying to say Kendrick Lamar and Drake ruined 2025 as far as the rap game. And I just don't agree with that shit. I find that shit to be so fucking stupid. I think if anything, it brought lyricism back to the forefront as far as niggas need to know. People do appreciate rapping. The problem is, these young niggas have not been, let me go ahead. I'm trying to build things that we about to talk about in a second. But the young niggas have not been doing their job as far as prioritizing the rapping ability. They have not been prioritizing that. That's why nobody is taking over. That's why the old heads still got to work. They still got to put in that sweat, them hours to go ahead and feed the rappers. The only other rappers that perform well, other than the big three, are niggas that's doing swag rap, if you may say. I don't call it swag rap, but you know they doing that type of rap. You feel me? But let's go ahead and get to it. As far as niggas crying and complaining. And we gonna talk with these niggas right here. Jim Jones. First people we gonna talk about. Jim Jones talking to Conway the Machine of all people about the rap beef and how it has affected hip-hop moving forward. Y'all know, talk y'all shit in the comment section below, really the chat. And y'all know we talk back. Make sure you hit the like button. Let's see what Conway the Machine and Jim Jones saying. And by the way, anybody that's fans of Griselda, Conway, I don't know specifically what happened to Full Face. Like, what's going on with Full Face, bro? I'm saying that shit as sensitive as possible. I don't know. I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but y'all be knowing way more than I know about certain shit. So, what's going on with Conway Face, bro?
Who do you think got the best of the battle between Drake and Kendrick? And I'm talking about not from the commercial and media side. I'm talking about from the rap side.
I ain't gonna lie. I think Kendrick got the best of it.
Nigga. Hey, Jimmy, boy, you think you're slick. You trying to answer that question. You trying to frame that bitch, huh? You try to frame that bitch like a Polaroid. Who you think got the best I ain't talking about commercial not the media please just say Drake. Please say Drake. Come on, what type of shit you on, Jimmy?
I do. My favorite of the battle was that one Drake shit though was definitely my favorite of the battle. But just all things in its totality, it was like
all things in totality. Okay. But
I wish I could have hit Drake. I wish I could.
Drake got love. When his favorite with the Drake shit.
I'm like, man, nigga, what the fuck is you doing, bro? Step. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, I'ma still go.
Dangerous, bro.
Kendrick is dangerous, but I think the way everything happened like that, was whatever. I just wanted to ask you that question just because.
Man, Kendrick stepped, bro. Kendrick stepped.
Can't take nothing away from him, but
Drake was stepping too. But I feel like
Drake is a stepper, man.
I wish I was with Drake, bro.
I think I can't say
I would have never.
You feel me, Kate? What's good, Kato? You feel me though? You understand what's going on?
I'm trying to get the party lit. Nah, nigga, I'm stepping. I ain't trying to get the party lit.
I would say
I'm
this:
stepping.
that battle has put a dent in the hip hop pop culture. I would say,
absolutely,
because
we ain't seen a battle on a mainstream level like that probably ever.
Okay, so people or the media got what they always want, was two powerful people going up against each other, and somebody got to be the winner, somebody got to be the loser. Now, the aftershock of that is now, none of these dudes that were battling are putting out any music right now. We haven't heard no music from none of them in how long? And this is the music that we really been listening to for the past 10 years straight. Was Drake had the tempo of this motherfucking knocking, and it's a lot of that missing and shit like that from.
I ain't gonna I need some more Drake music.
Drake been giving y'all music all year, bro. Hey, bro. Y'all Drake fans, like the super Drake fans. I'm a Friends Drake fan. I like Drake music. Even my viewers that love Kendrick, they mad whenever I say that shit. I listen to Drake, bro. Especially these collaborations. I listen to the collaborations. The last albums, I ain't sitting and listening to the Drake album. I'm gonna keep it G with y'all. But the collab shit, I'm gonna listen to them shit, but Drake been dropping. He's been dropping. And if you a Drake fan, why the fuck y'all keep saying, I miss Drake, with it? He's been dropping music. He's been rolling out a fucking album. He been going hard. This nigga Drake is sweat. Like, imagine a nigga. This nigga Drake has been trying, he's been on a rocky run. This nigga been cracking the eggs in the morning, drinking them bitches straight out the damn glass and shit, running up the damn stairs up and down, producing as much as he can, grinding and trying to put all into his music to give this shit to y'all, and y'all like, man, I wish Drake dropped some music, man. I miss Drake. Y'all making Drake not drop. Y'all done push Drake aside. Man, Drake need to come back. This nigga ain't never left. He ain't never left. He's been dropping consistently. Dropped the project and has been rolling out Iceman, dropping live streams, looking all weird and shit, doing his little fake ass Quavo dance. doing all that stupid shit, and y'all ass acting like, damn, where I wish Drake could come back. That nigga's right there. He's right there. That shit blows me, bro. Pause.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Drake
You
that
did?
nigga, man. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
I wasn't.
So you gotta watch. I know, bro.
Drake
But
was
this is
prime in the locker room.
This is where we at. Society got what they want, and this is where we at. We had a dry spell right now.
But
You heard?
Kendrick
Kendrick
understood the assignment. That's what I'm saying. He did, bro.
But Kendrick was
Super Bowl.
that's.
KBR was good. So nobody gonna tell me what happened with Conway face, bro. No Griselda fans in here. Drake superpowers got neutralized. Real shit, man. The thing about it is, like, what happened with Drake is that you got put on the biggest stage and people seeing that you've been mailing in your music. You haven't been as motivated as people have wanted you to be. And I think partially the reason being is that Drake has put out too much music. That's what I think. You guys may not agree with it. I think Drake has put out too much music, so he doesn't have that much more to say. I think people love his sound. His fans love his sound, but his sound it just blends in with everything else that he's done. So if he put out new music, it doesn't do nothing but make you go. He puts out new music. It doesn't do anything but make you go and find the better versions of the new songs that he puts out, because he's not doing anything groundbreaking as far as new sounds and shit. So that's why they say I love Drake, I miss Drake, because he drops some new shit. Oh, Jason drops new shit. Okay, I like that. It's cool. But then they just go through their old playlists. They just go through the old shit they already listened to, because new shit just not sticking for them. But his whole catalog performs well. New shit not sticking. That's what's going on, bruh. The battle has exposed Drake is at his peak right now. Once again, I like Drake's music. I think Drake was at a peak probably like 8 years ago. Right now, he's not peaking. And I think the battle exposed that. And the fans are low-key exposing that by continuing to say, I miss Drake. I miss Drake. In a year when he's dropping the most out of the big three. The fuck?
It's cool.
All of that shit, bro.
But now when we go outside, there's no vibe. Kendrick never provided the vibe inside the spots that we at every night.
Yeah, but
he does what he does for the hip hop culture, and yes, he's a god, and nobody could fuck with him on the level of rap. That's what they was going Drake back and forth. But he ain't the guy that provides the vibe that we go outside to. Now, put the guy that provides the vibe that we go outside to, and he decides to stay inside. No. And he's so rich that he don't have to come outside ever again and just look and laugh at the game because he's up a Billy.
I would say this though, Kia. He did have a sound, but his sound was 40 sound / Weekend sound, which was that like you cut out the high frequencies, let the low frequencies go crazy, and Drake just rap over that beat. That was his sound, you know. That was his thing that he was going. That was his go-to shit. Cut out the high frequencies. People that know what I'm talking about music wise, it's very simple shit. Cut out the high frequencies, the far as the instrumental. Drake raps over that, then the beat drops back in as far as like 8 bars in or maybe 4 bars in, and then he raps, and that was his thing. And then his thing became, after Sicko Mode, 2 beats on 1 song, and it's just same formulaic shit, bro. I do not like formulaic shit, but I did like the thing that 40 used to do. I like what 40 used to do.
And now
so Conway got shot in the face. Okay, Conway was shot in the face and neck, shoulder, which caused nerve damage. All right, bet I appreciate that. You just said the Weekend sound. Yeah, I said that tongue in cheek though. That was in jest. I agree, Stacey. Oversaturated Larbury should have sat down. He did a whole collab album in February, but they say it doesn't count because it's collab. They counted all his future collab albums though. True though.
We might be missing a vibe for a long time, because who's the next person that's gonna come provide the vibe?
We'll never get another person.
This is what I'm trying to say, bro.
He's that.
You heard?
Yeah, he had. I agree 100%.
He did,
I
and
agree
taking nothing
100%.
away from none of them. But the vibe is needed because we outside more than we battle rapping.
Yeah, but all I would say to that is like at the same time though, bro, we can't just like. Cause that'll do away with niggas like me, niggas like other niggas, bro.
Exactly. I'm not mad.
I'm not the
Exactly.
vibe. We
I'm
ain't
not
pulling. We can go anywhere in New York right now.
Thank you, Conway, for not just letting this nigga talk. I like Jimmy, but you tripping.
Playing. I would love to, but they ain't. I don't make that. If they did, then that's. I did something.
I'm not the vibe.
I broke a
I'm
record.
not the vibe neither.
So like, we can't equate that to
we
like.
need the vibes
That's the barometer for how
I
we
didn't say
gonna
that's
measure if the
that's
nigga
not the
is that or
parameter.
not.
That's not the parameter.
Kendrick is nice, bro.
That's not the. I did not say Kendrick is. This is not about Kendrick not being nice.
100. I'm not.
It's not about Kendrick not being nice, and we are from the East Coast, so it is a little bit different. I will not say you go anywhere in the West Coast, they is slapping the shit out of Kendrick music, slapping that shit hard.
Yeah.
But for the vibe that I know over here, you heard down south, Midwest, East Coast,
I'm on Drizzy.
There's a lot of Drizzy missing out here, bro. You heard?
It is, man.
You heard?
And that's why I was saying they need me in the locker room like Coach Prime, like Drizzy. You nigga, what was we go crazy, Drizzy?
I hate that I'm so much like this nigga Conway in conversations because he want to go harder, but it's just not in his nature to go harder at what he's saying because he don't agree with Jimmy, but he's just being nice, bro.
Oh,
crazy.
Man. No, man. Shouts to Drizzy. Shouts to Kendrick, man. They definitely gave
niggas, man.
the people what they wanted to see, and
I loved it.
Nobody ended up getting hurt from it, from what I could see.
Needed that, bro. Needed that, bro.
Friction is always needed.
Spark in our
shit needs to be shaken up. I can't say that.
Bro.
Sometimes shit got to be shaken up. That's what it is. You heard? I'm sad it had to be.
Look at all the
you know what I mean? But
that
shit
came from that shit. Look at all the dope music that came.
There was a lot of dope opportunities that came from that.
Both sides.
There's a lot of things that came for that. Shouts to the whole West Coast, one of my favorite places. That's where I started my career at, in the West Coast. And speaking about starting my career.
All right, so let me see what y'all say in the chat before you keep this thing pushing. Jimmy still not getting a feature no matter how hard you ride for Aubrey. Let's see, like he's almost 50 talking about vibes. That's what I call it since my first listen. I feel like it took years off my life. Talking about more life, man. Y'all funny as fuck. Hey, more life was like, it was interesting. I like Free Smoke. It had some good beats on there. STL in the building. Nita B, how you doing? What's up? What y'all saying, man? He's almost 50 talking about basically all these guys want smoke with Dot, but won't say it on track. I don't think Conway don't want no smoke with Dot. And I'm not saying it in a negative way, but Conway's trying to be as, respectful as possible, It's the denial 5 steps of grief. They so the Lulu, they think they can revive Lobry, man. Hell nah. But all right, let's go to see y'all get mad about this shit. But all right, so what's deeper? Let me see. I'm trying to see what's deeper. I'm trying to see what's longer. I think bro got the longer take. So all right, let's go with this right here. So Academics goes on a deep dive explaining the state of hip hop and says he doesn't solely blame it on Kendrick and Drake, but beef. But he does believe it had ripple effects. According to him, the battle created massive attention and short-term wins, but long-term damage followed. Labels stopped spending, rollouts lost impact, new artists got ignored, old catalogs became safer bets than building stars. Access labels realized it's easier to profit off legacy albums than risk millions developing new talent, and that mindset is why hip hop feels stalled. Let me hear what you got to say. I have a lot to say about that. Based on just reading that, I got a lot to say about that. But let me hear what you got to say, and we're gonna talk within this reaction. All right, let's talk our shit. We're gonna vibe and see what's going on here.
Lamar and Drake. Okay, I still vehemently believe this. I don't believe it's been positive for the culture. There's several reasons why I think that. By the way, I also have to say and preface this to say, fans of Drake and fans of Kendrick need to get out their feelings and stop making it about either artist when I say this. It's not about Drake and it's not about Kendrick. Yes, they're part of the conversation because they're huge rappers, But this is, no pun intended, is bigger than them, even though I will use them consistently as examples. Ever since the rap battle that occurred in May, or actually April 2024, that rap battle, while it was one of the most explosive, one of the most, I think profitable moments for rappers outside of an album cycle we've probably ever seen, and even for media outlets. Like every media outlets, the big ones, we all ate good. So, I'm not saying this because my platform necessarily got hurt. I'm thinking about the bigger picture. This is why I keep saying you can't personalize this. Because if you ask me again, if I look at my bank account and I look at my cars, I would love for Kendrick and Drake to be again, of course. But it's not about me. It's about the bigger picture. The bigger picture is this. Rap as a whole has been hurt a bit. And I keep hearing people feeling like I'm blaming Kendrick Lamar. Not necessarily, but he's a part of the equation. Again, don't personalize it. Look at the bigger picture. So let me lay out a few things that happens to be the reason why I've came to that conclusion. Now, everybody plays a part in this. Media, as much as sometimes, and even including me, and I'm not leaving no one out of this, or I'm not, I'm pretty much including the whole field. Media follows the money. Rappers follow the money. A lot of things follow the money. Money these days seems to come from attention. But media is to be blamed. Rappers are to be blamed. The labels are to be blamed as well. That's why we're here. I'll tell you how each has to do with why 2025 was almost a dead year. The labels is pretty obvious. The labels went through and they've been actually reevaluating where the next source of growth is going to come from. We're at a really interesting teetering point. All the facts and all the stats actually support what I'm saying. So if there's any fact checker, and I know this ain't politics, but I would love for people to try to fact check me because what I'm saying is just fundamentally correct. The labels are in an interesting place, starting from last year. They feel like music is peaking. They feel like the rollout is dead. They feel like we have to invest more to get less. And that's something that becomes not a sustainable or profitable model anymore. What does that mean? So the labels realize if we're going to promote or we have to continue, I don't know, let's say A Boogie wants to drop an album. Mm-hmm. He requires $1 million or $1.5 million as a label, as a marketing budget. They're realizing.
All right. Before I know people hate academics, but the reason I'm going to entertain what he has to say because labels do reach out to him with their budgets to promote. So I'm listening to see what he has to say from that perspective, all right? Because I want to know this information and his perspective on this. Because if he's saying labels don't care about rollouts, but I think we've seen pretty successful rollouts. But like the Clips, I guess the Clips rollout was successful. But Cardi B's didn't pay off as much as she wanted it to. As much as she expected it to pay out, it should have been more, I would say. So maybe that leans towards his logic. But all right, that's what I want to hear from him, though. That's what I want to hear from him.
We have to continue. I don't know. Let's say A Boogie wants to drop an album.
Okay.
He requires $1 million or $1.5 million as a label, as a marketing budget. They're realizing, and this is not an A Boogie thing. Remember, don't make any of these points personal. Just extrapolate to more artists. I can use any example. Roddy Ricch. The labels are realizing that if before, when they spent $1 million in marketing, an album would do this well, and it would have a trickle-down effect on revenue created. So marketing dollars in any type of company create revenue, right? Okay. They've realized these days that it's created less. So what they do? They lessen the marketing budget and they pick and choose which artists at which times they feel like it could benefit rather than just blanketly giving out money. Also, a lot of these labels are going through musical chairs. Most people are cashing out the music business.
That makes sense, but how does that correlate to Kendrick Lamar and Drake, though?
We saw what happened with Atlantic. Atlantic basically turned into Atlantic Music Group that has 300 under it, YSL under it, and it basically has, and even rap music for Warner and Atlantic. We saw how they try to save money by letting Meek Mill go, by letting Kodak go, by letting Youngboy go. There's a lot of financial business shit going on. We get these Asian groups that are coming in. They're the ones that's really funding a lot of the hip hop stuff now because they're buying out people's catalogs. They're buying out people's publishing. They are the ones who really seems to be placing a bet on hip hop, while these labels are basically they're placing a bet on back catalog. So why is there lack of music? Why is there lack of?
I just told y'all that with Drake, so that checks out again. That checks out again. Okay.
New talent. Why is there lack of really focusing on bringing or making new superstars? Because the labels have realized, and this doesn't exist unless we're in the streaming era. The labels have realized with streaming, it's about residual. Streaming royalties almost mirror what publishing is. Publishing is what they call long time money. Mailbox money. Like in 20 years, you go. That's why Jada Kiss and them was fighting Puff for it. Streaming royalties are starting to look like that. For example, when Drake has a good song, or weeks like this, I think Take Care was like the #2 rap album. So put it like this: Take Care is outselling the majority of albums. It's outselling the majority of albums, and it was dropped literally 14 years ago. That means you don't have to pay for no promo. You don't have to pay for nothing. So basically, a lot of labels are saying, why invest in new shit? Let's just keep making money from the old shit. We own it anyway. So that's one of the things that's a business decision that's actually hurting the industry.
But how the fuck does that correlate to the rap beef? What does that have to do with Kendrick and Drake? What does that have to do with Kendrick and Drake battling? Like, what is that? Like, everything he's saying makes sense. 100%. I just told y'all that. Before watching this video, I just said the same shit when I talked about Drake. His new music ain't hitting, but it alerts people saying, oh, I like Drake. This ain't scratch my itch. Let me go and listen to the old shit that did. Because the oldest shit are better versions of the new shit. So, 100%, I'm here with you on that. But how the fuck are you making a correlation saying that the Kendrick Lamar and Drake rap beef is the reason this shit is down? Like land that plane for me somehow.
Okay, so the labels have a whole bunch of shit going on. They're not incentivized to make new talent. They can't figure it out anymore to say, if we do this, we can make a star. They're now coming up with, yo, let's just keep eating off their catalog. Right?
All right.
Lamar and Drake. Okay?
Bro posted some more. Let's hear this. What he's saying right here.
Most media companies, we all chase what's popular. We don't look to popularize. That's the real facts about it. Right?
And that's a fucking problem. That's a fucking problem. With you guys at the top. That's your problem at the top. Y'all push whack shit. Y'all push whack shit for the longest. And I'm not gonna say whack shit. Y'all push niche things and didn't focus on everything. Academics in particular. Because he wanted to be reflected in the music that he respected and pushed. A lot of the shit that he pushed wasn't, let's say for instance, he loved Lil Uzi Vert or 6ix9ine or whatever. A lot of things that he pushed was so anti hip hop. Hip hop at its core, or things that's gonna like continue to pass. It wasn't going to be a baton pass based on the things that he focused on with his platform. So now these artists haven't manifested in a way that he thought they would, and we still on the artists that came out before them. They're still at the top while those artists are on a decline. It's like, What was y'all doing? Why did you put these people on the pedestal that you're putting them on? So you talking about media, you played a hand in the artists that was supposed to be taking over. You didn't put the right people in position.
Most media companies, we all chase what's popular.
And the people that you put in the forefront weren't people who were just making great music. It was people who were personalities, entertaining, blog people that's crashing out all the time, people that's not focused on music. You played a hand. Once again, I ain't got no issues with academics, but I'm just calling shit how I see it. You played a hand in artists knowing they have to be personalities before perfecting themselves as musicians. So those are the people that were popping, people who was doing things on Instagram, skits and this shit and that, all those personality things, but it wasn't focused on the music. So when they stopped being, let me land this plane. A lot of the artists within the past 5 years that got on, they became popping because they were walking memes. And people like you, Ak, you put the fucking Island Boys on, bruh. You were doing shit like that with your platform, my boy. So of course these people don't have no sustainability. Even you reflect like, damn, I low-key put these niggas on. Why the fuck I did that? Shit like that at a bigger scale is the reason why we're at this point in hip-hop where Kendrick and Drake and Cole can't retire. If them niggas retire, hip-hop would really be in a dumpster as far as sales. Because y'all are not focusing on artists that's just pure as far as projects. You guys are picking with, you guys are not focusing on artists who are just pure as far as their talents. You guys put artists on your platforms that are controversial, always making IG stories, beefing, always doing this, that, and third. Those are the artists that you push. You push because they bring clicks. But the ones that's talented, they come across your radar. People saying it ain't spam them in your chat or say this, that, and the third about them. You like, who's that person? You gonna shit on them without even trying to shit on them. You can be like, I don't know who that is. I never heard that person. Blah, blah, blah. That's how you gonna treat them. That's why a Doechii will come across your radar and you be like, I never heard Doechii before. She just came out of nowhere. It's because if the person not getting into some type of beef or some type of controversy, they're not gonna come across your radar. Doechii probably would have still never came across your radar if she wouldn't have won the damn award for best rap album, and then the controversy came that she was the industry plant. That's when she came across your radar because there's controversy involved in it. That's how you guys have been moving as media outlets. You are controversy first rather than music first, and it's been a trickle down effect as far as media, as far as hip hop period. But I don't know. I don't follow these other genres as far as their blogs. But I don't know if that's the same way in pop or country. I don't know if they focus on the drama that's going on, those things. I don't know if there's a industry for that. I don't know. But I know in hip hop, that's the thing. And you guys have been pushing people that's controversial, that brings in the clicks. You don't give a fuck about talent. That's why 6ix9ine can be popping before a Conway. That's why I gotta ask my chat how Conway got injured. But I know more about 6ix9ine, and we know who's more talented in that group, right? Out of those two, right?
You don't look to popularize. That's the real facts about it, right? Now, granted, I do feel like I have the autonomy that if I want to talk about something that might be relevant, like y'all be saying all the time, yo, bro, you're the only one talking about 6ix9ine. Yeah, because I want to talk about him. That's my friend. My bad. Right? But most of the times, if A is popular, they're going to lean into A. Why? Clicks attention generates clicks, generates money. Right? So you're going to get people or companies talking about the things that they already know fans want. They're not feeding fan stuff. They might like bring new information to light, but they're leading into things fans are already interested in. Now,
my bad, I'm sorry for keeping cutting it off, but nigga, you made this shit. You did this, bro. If you take you be wanting credit, I'm giving it to you. You made this landscape this way. The Breakfast Club wasn't doing this shit. Joe Budden wasn't doing this shit. You were. You were the person that was focusing on these things. You led this generation of focusing on these things, bro, and making people popular from just being controversial. You did this. You said, oh, media personalities or media outlets do they do this, they do that, they do that. Nigga, you are the catalyst, my guy. Take your credit. What a crown.
Or companies talking about the things that they already know fans want. They're not feeding fans stuff. They might like bring new information to light, but they're leading into things fans are already interested in. Now, during the rap beef with Kendrick Lamar and Drake, it was the gift that kept on giving. We saw record numbers, a record in my 15 years of doing YouTube, it was the most lucrative time. So you know what usually happens? And if that's for me, it's for everyone else. It's a trickle-down effect. Everybody else is in media.
Of course.
So you know what usually happens? People stay in that moment. You're going to keep eating off the corpse of that thing that gets you the most amount of revenue. Why? You're just feeding the fans what they want. They want to still hear about some story that there's a round two. Like, you know what I mean? Even if it really don't exist, just feed it to them. It's a reality. Media hyper focuses on a beef a year after it's done.
Did anyone watch this stream? Did he include himself in this shit? As far as saying we focus on these things a year after the beef was done? Because you probably just as soon as last month probably was talking about the rap beef and angles for the rap beef. You Academics TV. I think just this week, Academics TV posted some shit that was like about the rap beef, like a dig surrounding the rap beef. Like, what?
How does that affect what's going on now in hip hop? Well, there's what people don't know about me.
So I'm just saying to say, if you wanna say Kendrick Lamar and Drake beef ruined hip hop, you gotta say I ruined hip hop too.
Music is that part of music selling is storytelling, and that's where the media is. What y'all talk about with the war in Chirac and how horrible it was. The war in Chirac was a storytelling of what drill music was. Here are the characters. Here are the feuds. Here are the people who don't like this. And what people don't realize is that music just don't sell because it sounds like a good jingle. It's because you buy into all of these things around it. That's why when we find out a rapper is a fraud or he's been giving us a facade, the music don't hit the same no more. So media helps that, no matter what you're talking about. These days, a lot of times it's YouTube documentaries because traditional media, they've kind of like stopped doing that. They're still focused, and I'm not saying all media, but some of them are just still focused on the beef.
So he says, because people are still focused on the beef, hip hop media doesn't focus on himself when saying that. But hip hop media still focus on the beef. He wants to say that's the reason why, one of the reasons why rap is where it is right now. Would I say that's true? I don't know. I don't know how true that may be. Could it be a part of the reason why? Maybe it's a percentage. How big a percentage? I don't know how big a percentage I think that may be as far as the reason why hip hop is where it is. But I think a lot of people feel like a great deal of people don't have an issue where hip hop is right now. A lot of people don't give a fuck about the charts. They just want access to the music. As long as they have access to the music, they're doing just fine. Live shows are cracking. shows are cracking. People hear the songs, they love the songs as far as streaming and shit. Then that person who they love come to their city and they stay doing numbers. The fans are loving the music. So as far as maybe the charts ain't looking the way y'all want to look, people that's just obsessed with numbers and that gives you validation for the shit. But these rappers, they doing well. They're finding ways to eat with their niche markets, their niche audiences, or their core audiences, and they doing well. Goddamn Larry Jones, doing good. Currency Hospital, still doing good. Wiz Khalifa, still doing good. Rose, there's a lot of rappers. They still doing good. They figure this shit out. So rap ain't dead by no way. I think these other genres, they hurting way more as far as like how many people making money. As far as how many people making livings out of this shit. I think the country or whatever those other genres, I think they have a small list of people that's really making bread, and it's a crazy fall off. I think when it comes to rap, I think based on how shit goes in the streaming world, I think it may be like spread thin, so Billboard, it doesn't reflect as far as its domination, but as far as how much money being made in the music industry, I think overall, there's a lot of rappers maybe on a smaller scale than what you guys want to acknowledge because it doesn't sound that sexy. A lot of rappers they making a great living great lives, selling to their fans, making great music, resonating. They just ain't charting. Shit, you love NBA Youngboy. NBA Youngboy don't chart well. But let him sell it, let him put a damn tour date up. This shit sell out. He don't chart well. But at the same damn time, you ain't gonna rely just on the damn charts to make sense of what you're trying to make sense of. You feel me? So that's that right there. I want to go ahead and progress this conversation because I did see some more things. This thing. We better go ahead and move on to the next topic. But I have seen some more people talking about different things, bruh. So as I'm preparing this one, let me go ahead and just prep y'all what we're about to talk about, man. I'm seeing more and more things in regards to this fuck the streets conversation, man. This fuck the streets movement. There's more and more things going. And I know y'all may be exhausted with it, but I'm intrigued with it, bro. I can't lie. Cause I'm a nigga from Carol City. And I'm from the hood, but I'm not a street nigga. I done dibbled and dabbled and learned that life wasn't for me at all. But I do understand the intrigue and you know how niggas could get caught up into that lifestyle though. But I'm seeing conversation still stem from this thing, and I think it's an important conversation to have when it comes to rap because street rap is big. It is something that people should acknowledge, I think, or as a genre. If you want to call it a genre, I don't know what you want to call it, but nevertheless, I'm intrigued by the conversation that's being had surrounding this damn topic, man. So I seen Curtis King and Deontay Kyle speaking on this, and I want to tap into what they're saying over here. Let's see what's going on. Deontay Kyle, Curtis King. Curtis King is he showed love to the channel a little while ago, man. Shout out to Curtis King and what he got going on over there. Shout out to Deontay Kyle with the Grist. I think it's Grist and Ed's podcast. Let me see what the homies got going on over there. They're talking about the fuck the street movement. Let me see their perspective, though.
If we just gonna say fuck the streets, okay, then what?
Right.
What we gonna do? We gonna make merch?
Because you know that's the move next. That's the move.
Oh, you know the next move is the merch. You know the fuck the street t-shirt's finna flood 2026. It's gonna look like the damn presidential campaign. You're gonna say fuck the street 26.
I did need an album title. Man,
you know what I'm saying?
This could be like my Nas moment. This is my Nas moment. That's what it is. Yeah. You were out. It's the end album. Yeah, that's what I'm finna do. It's F the streets. It feels like a roll off.
In the chat, let me know right now how y'all feel about the fuck the street movement. Do y'all fuck with it or y'all don't like it? Where y'all stand on it right now? I mean, if y'all watch my videos, I think like you gotta have something. You gotta address the street shit because it's a mentality that. We got to be very honest with it. We got to be 100% honest with it. We can't glamorize it, but it has to be looked at as survival only. But something got to be looked at like a temporary mind state when you live that street life. It should be like when niggas go to war. You don't want to go to war, but if you have to, you have to. That's how niggas should look at the streets. But sometimes when it comes to listen to the army or the military, that Camaro be looking nice. You feel me? And I ain't gonna just dumb everything down to just a Camaro, but it's a lot of benefits when it comes to the military. But you are signing your life up to some shit that you may not agree with every single thing that may come with it. You feel me? So that's how I'm looking at it. It's a very interesting conversation though, especially people that come from where I come from. You guys may come from the same circumstances as me as well. I ain't never been poor, but once again, I'm a black dude that come from Miami, come from Carol City. You guys know, you know. Like the homie in the chat earlier, I don't know, he might have fell asleep or something, but the homie in the chat earlier, Jerome, he from the city. So I know the city rough, but still you don't want your jits to go through certain things. You want them to experience the culture. You want your kids to experience the culture, but you don't want them to be affected by the dangers of the streets.
Or terrible product.
But when I say, okay, if you want to say that, here are some actionable things that you could do to heal. Mm-hmm. Because you say like, okay, y'all sitting up in the mansion, that's cool. I'm glad you got the mansion. How about before you buy the next mansion, let's open up a place for people who don't have no home at all.
Hello.
Instead of buying the next chain, let's go donate some money to a food bank to help people that's in need that are in the same streets. You telling me F. Like, yeah. I'm straight on that.
Can I ask you that specifically? Because you're getting ready to get into it, and I didn't have this question on the page, but I was thinking about this as I was watching the video. Deontay had a viral video that went off where he's responding back directly to the things that 21 Savage been saying. He's been saying a lot of crazy things in these interviews lately that have not been, to me, putting the music in a positive light. But one of the things he said was this movement. It seems like they're pushing him. Young Thug are pushing this F the Streets movement. And the first thing I thought about,
Young Thug is not pushing the movement. Young Thug said one thing. And I think Young Thug said that shit one time to support Savage. I think my hunch, 21 Savage text his homeboy and say, hey, tweet fuck the streets for me. And niggas say fuck the streets for him. I'm with you type shit. I don't think Young Thug is pushing the fuck the street movement at all. At all. At all. All right.
That sounds different when coming from an activist that's in these streets. Sees the youth that they've mentored in caskets, and you like, man, after streets, I can give you. But when you sitting from a place where it's like you're not even in that proximity anymore, you've done well for yourself. It comes off pompous from the wrong perspective. If you're in that position, because it was the biggest thing that I saw people fighting back on, well, then what would you do?
I've received this year. I received a citizenship award from LA County. I don't live in LA.
Wow.
But because I knew somebody that was grassroots and wanted to do a back to school situation, I helped raise $10,000 for that back to school program. Mm-hmm. And the goal was 5. You dig what I'm saying? Yeah. And I was recognized by a city I don't even live in, but I also do it here in this city where we just did a home goods drive where they was giving away laundry detergent, cleaning products, and like toiletries and things like that. And just by even if you want to use your platform, I couldn't make it out there physically, but I raised awareness and helped donate funds. Mm-hmm. And then like right now, we got a GoFundMe going for this young lady who live in New York, and her building isn't wheelchair accessible. And she's gonna raise some $35,000 to move to a next spot. And with our help, she raised another $5,000. There's 5 food banks in my county, and they could take $100 and turn it into $500 worth of product. Mm-hmm. So I go donate once a month, $500 to each one of those food banks. Wow. I mean, $100 to 5 food banks. So the thing is that if I could do it with 500 and you burn 5,000, what could you be doing?
So this is my alternative question to that. God bless everything that you're doing, because we see it from the people in the ripple effects of what you're doing, right? What does that look like at scale? You in a position where you I mean, I don't know how much 21 Savage did made, but let's say you are up at least 10, 15 million. What are some of the things, like what is kind of your mind then working and saying, what can we now do at scale? Like, where do you immediately go to when you think of that?
So I look at the people who've done it before. T.I. is a great example of this. T.I. renovated an old, I believe it was an old apartment complex or it was a hotel, one of the two. But either way, he renovated and made it affordable housing. And then in each building, there's a couple of spots that are just for homeless youth, like people that are from 18 to 25 that are homeless, that could be housed there for free. You don't even have to reinvent the wheel. There's people that always do these, that's already doing these works, but they don't have the same amount of notoriety, celebrity, or fame, or money that these people have, but they do it out the kindness of their heart. So if you, as a person that has empathy towards the people who are suffering a lot more than the average person in this country, whether that be suffering from hunger, suffering from homelessness, there are already situations and people in place that do these things. It's up to you to be resourceful to find those people, right? It can't be that somebody's going to come hold your hand and walk you through this, because with the amount of emails and things that I get and DMs I get, I know that they get in 10x that.
Come on.
So even if you just had somebody on your team, like, go through and look for people that are promoting causes that we could be beneficial to with our money. Go back to your neighborhood and figure out who's in the neighborhood that go to the schools and how can you help in the school. Go to your city building, go to the city building, go to the city council and figure out who heads up these departments that donate X amount of tax dollars to homeless shelter, to mental health care facilities, to at-risk youth, X, Y, and Z. You could do it, but if you don't want to be resourceful, then you really don't care, and then it's just lip service. You know what I mean?
I 100% agree with everything he's saying. I just would have cause for pause because I'm like, I don't know if 21 Savage ain't doing that. I don't know what he isn't doing or what he hasn't. I don't know. I remember when he had that bank account song, and he was trying to do something for financial literacy. I don't know how far that went, and who knows what else efforts. And he said something when he was talking to his homeboy. I may play this after this shit. He was talking some shit to his homeboy, and he was like, "Niggas ain't gonna get it now, but it has to come with some actions behind it." So maybe he's understanding this conversation as well. From how the nigga perceive himself to be, he seemed to be a person that will listen to a lot of niggas give him critiques. If they not street niggas and they're not trying to challenge him, he seemed like someone that may listen to him, trying to give him a lot of critiques. I haven't perceived him to be an asshole. A street nigga, for sure. Ignorant at times when it comes to street shit, for sure. But I haven't perceived him to be an asshole that's just a crash out and that won't listen to advice. I haven't seen that yet. If he is, I will say it.
Yeah.
But a lot of people will talk about like all of these things, and it's like, for me, it's confusing to say fuck the streets and then have like full blown murder anthems on your album.
That's one thing for sure.
You can't. What's the gentleman's name? He's from Cincinnati. He had a video that went viral. I interviewed him a few years ago, but he was like, "Dog, I was in the club the other night, and he was like, we are literally dancing to psychopath music.
It's psychopath anthems. That's what I be calling battle rap."
Kay just said that. Kay just said, what she say? All the rapping about is sliding, pedaling, banging, etc. Talking about fuck the streets, trans and youth, housing is dope initiative to reintegrate them into society. That's real shit. 21 saved that. 21 saved for that green card. Now he has to keep both of those women quiet. That's where his money is going. But yeah, man. Yeah, 21 Savage music is crazy. Nah, I don't give a fuck. I need that music to have the same type of energy. I know Jeezy ain't doing what Jeezy was doing before. I know he not, but Jeezy better come with that same fucking energy. If Jeezy do a song today, I need the energy. I'm sorry. I'ma treat Jeezy like he's Stephen King. I'ma treat Jeezy like he goddamn Scorsese, bro. Like, you seen it, you felt it, you understand that vibe. Create that vibe in the music. I need raw energy, destructive energy in music when I'm in the gym. I want to hear it. I like the type of music when I'm in the gym. And the tough part when it comes to understanding that is that I'm at an age or I'm at an understanding that it's not going to affect me to listen to that song, and I'm going to be influenced to go in the street and do some stupid shit. But I do know it may be some young jits that may hear that shit and be influenced and do stupid shit. I get that. That's the tough part about this shit, dog. That's the tough part about music, man. But it's the same thing. It's the same thing with movies. People may see some shit in the movie. Other people may look at it as entertainment. Some folks gonna look at it as like, damn, that's gonna influence me to be this type of way. I don't know, man. I'm having a tough time like letting go of the street music. I love it, bro. I love it. God's still working on me, man. God's still working on me. I like street music. I like street music. I like intellectual music. I like all music.
It's psychopathic theater.
It's psychopathic theater.
niggas will tell you 30 different ways they will kill you in one verse. Like, come on, man. And I think the thing is that we don't have to take the nuance out of it. It is entertaining and it is spawned out of struggle and trauma. So of course, like, precursor to crime is poverty, precursor to violence is proximity. So we look at these things and we was like, okay, like it sounds good and it's fine metaphorically and literary and artistically, but what are the real life implications of this shit? And how do we create a balance, right? For every 21 Savage we have to have somebody like a Mavi that can toe that line of like being conscious and street smart while also like doing the self-work. Like somebody is really investigating themselves internally on how to be a better person. You know what I mean? So like I think that the balance of it all has lost prominence, but also that shit is losing prominence as well because somebody signed to a major. I mean, I think he saw what? I don't even think he saw 50K units first week and everything, since people always like to bring up numbers. It's like, you know, that shit should be doing bigger numbers than what it is, especially signed to a label and with that quote unquote staying power. But I think something has drastically shifted in the game where it's like, I don't want to hear the same song 200 times.
Yeah, I agree with that, man. 21 Savage did not do as well as I thought he would do. The label tried to cook numbers towards the end. I'll admit to that. I told y'all before, 21 Savage is moving in ways that was unfamiliar to me. That's one thing. As I grow in this game, niggas is not gonna like me. Even people that I'm fans of, they're not gonna like me. Reason being, I'm not gonna lie for you. I told y'all immediately when 21 Savage started this, the beginning of the Fuck the Street movement shit. If y'all watch my video, I told y'all this nigga doing this shit because this shit flopping. Doing this shit because gonna whooping y'all ass. And I'm a huge 21 Savage fan. But I'm more loyal to y'all than a nigga that I never met. Y'all interact with me. I don't know that nigga. He just makes some shit that I bop my head to and live a lot of ways to. I'm be more honest to y'all than preserving my thoughts for him. You feel me? And I ain't gonna change that shit if I do meet motherfuckers. I'ma still keep it G. But yeah, when I seen that, I'm like, yeah, niggas just doing some shit cause they feel some type of way about they numbers. They feel some type of way because they numbers, and I don't like that. General guess, what do you think Iceman sales would be? Hype, everything involved. Iceman, Drake albums. What I think his sales would be. I think Drake is going to sell the number that's coming. The first number that comes to my head right now is 375. I think he'll sell 375. That's what I think he'll be at, 375. Drake is an international artist. People casually gonna listen to Drake. Drake wants a splash though. I don't think he wants 275. I think he wants 600K. 375 gonna make him look too like normal. I think he wants 600, 500K to establish like I'm still that guy. If he would have dropped recently, like following that rollout, he may have done those numbers. But right now, I think 375 is what he's gonna drop. You know, that's why I think. I may be wrong, but Drake wants to have that Scorpion effect. He wants to come back like that. Will he do it? I don't know. I don't know right now. I don't know. I think around that time Drake was more motivated. I think he's more motivated because he know he was gonna come back and have a better career than Buddy. But Drake he's fractured the relationship with his label, and you are still on a label, your parent label. You share it with Kendrick Lamar. So I think Drake is a little scared that his numbers may come in lower than Kendrick Lamar's, and that's going to hurt him. I don't think that they will. I think Drake just naturally, just because of the type of music he makes, the decision that he's made in his career, he just has a farther reach because he has much more casual listeners than Kendrick Lamar. But I think he's scared that his numbers going to come in lower. So I think that put a pause to his rollout because he was trying to catch a single. It didn't happen. So he's scared. He's 100% scared. And I don't like that for him, you know? I don't like any artist that's not creating from a position of just straight creativity and just want to feed their fans music, and they just think about sales. I think that's why Cardi B's album took so long to drop. All right, I want to hear what Dr. Umar got to say about 21 Savage. But that's my thoughts on Drake right there. What y'all saying over there? That part. Maybe the equivalent to P&D collab. 50, 100K units, he gets 275, maybe 225, 250. The budget ain't budgeting despite the audience. Yeah, he might be right about that. Since they are changing the rules in January, I think it's going to be more. His crazy streams music all night and back to back. Yeah. I'm one thing about me, I'm not gonna lie to y'all, bro. I don't dislike Drake. I don't dislike him. And it's a lot of, I don't dislike his music. There's some things that he does that I feel like is weird. But I don't know him to dislike him as a person. But some things that he does I feel like it's fucking weird as shit. It's weird as shit, you know. But I decided I don't dislike him because I don't get emotionally invested in certain things to be like really like not liking a nigga I don't know. But there's some people that do bring that out of me though. Pause. But all right. To continue the conversation about 21 Savage and shit, Dr. Umar speaking on it.
Or turning his back on those positive relationships he might have streets. Or turning his back on those positive relationships he might have built in those streets. Or turning his back on the value of the experience that he had in the street. I don't see it like that, Art. Okay. I don't see it like that. Okay. That's just like if I went to jail, Art. If I went to jail and I met a couple old heads who put me on game, or if I went to jail and I became a best friend with one of the brothers in there, or if I went to jail and I took that time to write a book and I got out of jail and that book made me a millionaire.
NVNH official was good, homie.
That doesn't mean jail is a good thing. Just because I had some good experiences in jail, just because I might have learned some things in jail, just because I may have built some lifelong bonds in jail, that doesn't mean prison is a good place. You don't have to throw out the baby with the bathwater. Art, that's just like if you join the U.S. military and the U.S. military sends you to Iraq or Afghanistan or Iran to fight. And while you are over there, you learn some survival skills. While you are over there, you develop some long-lasting bonds. While you are over there, you might meet your wife. While you are over there,
By the way, baby girl was like, you better show them the hats I got you for Christmas. Make sure they like it and shit. Asked me, like, this one of the hats she got me for Christmas. My little lady, you feel me? All hustle, no love. This one of the hats. The other hat I was wearing the other day, the wavy hat she got me for Christmas as well. She snapped though. She snapped over my back. So y'all go ahead and show love and say y'all like the hat tonight for her. All right.
You learn another language. Those were good things, right? But you would still say war is not good. And I don't want nobody to go to war. Even if you learn some good things in prison and had some good experiences in prison, you can still say, Art, prison is not a good place. So what I would say to all my brothers in the street, who I love and respect from coast to coast, and I get a lot of love in the streets, right? And I'm probably the most popular scholar of the brothers and sisters in the streets. But I would tell them, I don't believe the brother 21 Savage and those of us who stand with him, I don't believe What they're saying is forget the things that you learned, forget the people you met, forget the experiences you had. They're not saying that. You can always get some good out of something bad, Art, but at the end of the day, being in the streets does not benefit Black America. And let us back up for a minute, Art. Do we control anything in these streets that we claiming? I mean, do we?
Hey, he's spitting though. He's spitting. Although I did watch some shit that Umar got some shit going on, boy. Y'all see my boy? I feel I want to cover this Flacco shit, but I'm gonna have to follow up with him to let him speak his piece. So I may react to it tonight, the scamming shit, and then, hey, bro, I need can you give me a statement? Because the chat was on my ass about this shit. Give me a statement about the scamming stuff. What you gotta say about that? And then do it like that. You feel me? Because but how I run my damn streets, and yours too. The boss was good on me. I appreciate y'all showing love to the chat. I'm gonna let her know that y'all love it like the hat, man. I'm gonna show y'all. I'm gonna let her know. But he's spitting though. But yeah, I think I'm gonna cover the Flacco shit. But Flacco did some video on Umar scamming, and I might react to it. I don't know. If y'all want to hear about that, let me know.
Control the hospitals we go to when we get
Lord,
shot.
what's good, homie?
Do we control the supermarkets we buy the food from? Do we control the schools that's miseducating our kids? Art, let us not forget that the white man created the ghetto, not the black man. The white man created the ghetto streets, or turning his back on those positive relationships he might have built in those streets.
Now I want to hear more we got to say. He's talking to Art. I want to hear what we got to say. They cut this shit short. Umar be saying some. Umar is a talented orator, bro. Sometimes he on some bullshit, but when topics, I think sometimes you just get caught up in that when you are just like trying to chase the topic nowadays. But when it's a topic that he actually cares about, I feel like he be cooking, man. Oh, Umar talked about Dave Chappelle too? Huh. Alright, here go for the street shit though. Let me close this down over here.
Turning our backs on it, let's change our music. And I'm hoping, Art, that from this movement that 21 Savage has started, the streets. Here's what I think about the F the Streets movement. First of all, I support 21 Savage in starting this movement. Somebody had
If I do Umar, you gotta do Flacco. Fair is fair. All right, got y'all. Umar, most definitely Ben Griffin. You should react to Cam Jones Fubu Scammer series. I think Cam Jones. I think Flacco covered the Cam Jones shit. So all right, so I might cover all that shit. The boss was good though.
You have enough courage to say that this lifestyle that we've been selling to poor black children, this lifestyle of drug dealing, going to jail, murdering other black people, is not a benefit to our community. So I support 21 Savage. Now, some people are saying he only said this because of some allegations of snitching by him or people in his camp. I don't follow that stuff, so I don't care about it. But even if it came as a result of that, it needed to be said, Art.
That's why I said in my previous video, if not him, then who? And like, say for instance, when it came to some of the civil rights acts, people may say, oh, it was only done to gain political favor and political power. So people was giving, rights, or we were given rights because of that. But it's like, damn, we still benefit from it. So yeah, it was used as a pawn. But damn, at least you got the rights. So it's crazy when it comes down to it. It's like I don't know. I ain't gonna build on no analogy on that, but you still benefit from the shit, even though it may come from a situation. It may be like people may feel like it wasn't genuine. It just was a trickle down effect in result of something that happened.
And I think Boozy responded, and Boosie Badass said,
"That's crazy.
If you're going to say F the streets, stop rapping about it in your music." I can agree with that too. If we're going to say F the streets, and we do need to say F the streets, maybe not in that language, maybe let's evolve from the streets. F the streets might have been a little bit too strong, although I don't have a problem with it. But Boosie said, if you're going to say F the streets, you got to stop rapping about the stuff you rapping about. I agree.
Okay.
If we turning our backs on it, let's change our music. And I'm hoping, Art, that from this movement that 21 Savage has started, that there could be a movement to reclaim hip hop for the positive in our culture. You follow what I'm saying? Let's get away from the drug dealing. Let's get away from the sexual objectification of our women. Let's get away from the glamorization of money and useless merchandise. Let's get away from the conflict, the beef, the murder. Let's get away from the mass incarceration. I'm all for it. Now, when I look at
all I would say is I would say I challenge these niggas who want to make music like that. If you are on for the streets, do it in a more creative way. You can make more creative songs that channels the energy that you want to portray in the music. In my previous video, I use Section 80. I use Good Kid, Mad City to be able to speak on the energy that you want to portray while still making a full-blown project as far as calling out these experiences and not glorifying these experiences. When Kendrick Lamar had the Good Kid, Mad City title track on that project, it was if Power Rules and Crips all get along, if all got along, they probably gonna be down by the end of this song. Feel like the whole city go against me. Every time on the streets, I hear yeah, Schoolboy Q voice. But and then it came with the energy of the man down. Where you from, nigga? And it came with the energy. So within the story of the album, he's able to paint the picture of aggression, anger, street shit. He's able to paint that picture within the story of the album. Challenge yourself as an artist to go ahead and say, okay, I can still paint this picture and tell this story, but still proceed after this point to showcase that I've grown past this point. In that same album, Kendrick Lamar had a song called talking about a pool full of liquor and I dive in it. Talk about getting drunk. Stand Alone is a song about drinking and getting drunk. Within the album, it's like I'm not moving within my own character. I'm acting out of character, following the trend of my friends. So it makes more sense in the big total picture, the big picture. It makes sense when people finally go listen to the album. Swimming Pools is better within the sequence of the album than as a single. It makes more sense. So if you are telling these stories or painting a picture of what was going on, it's harder. And if you have a front row seat, you could paint a better picture than other people could. So that's how you use these stories or this energy and you make it hit harder. I think that's why American Dream, I like American Dream album compared to this last one. Last one wasn't as tight. American Dream had a little more direction. Savage Mode 2, a little bit more direction with 21 Savage. But if you're going to make this type of music, you can still tell the story. I don't think you got to just not talk about street shit if that's what you know. But you can tell the story, the full scale, the full story. This is what I went through. This is why it's bad. This caused me this amount of trauma. And this is why you shouldn't, if you have the chance to not choose this lifestyle, this is why you shouldn't choose it. Like I think that's how you gotta tell the story. Because once again, this is where these niggas are from. That is what they know. And it does work. You know, that's my thoughts on it. What y'all saying in the comment section? Man down. He hurts my nerves. 21 Savage on the face of American hip hop. 21 Savage is from London. Mad City go up in his shows too. It's wild. Where you from, my nigga? In my skin, when I jump out, you jump in. Swimming pools, a single speaks to intergenerational substance abuse and peer pressure. Facts. Doc Good at disguising heart matters as ear candy. Yes, you put the medicine in the candy. You put the medicine in the candy, and that does challenge these artists. Shit, one song I love from Tupac was Death Around the Corner. Every time the girl going off, every time I see this nigga, he's standing out the fucking window with his motherfucking AK. Like, I was in college when I was listening to that shit. When I discovered Death Around the Corner, I remember I went to school at FAMU. I remember being going to the damn bus, catching the damn bus to go to FAMU campus, listening to that damn Death Around the Corner, and the girl going off. I just remember vividly when I fell in love with that damn song. But like painting these pictures of like emotions in the moments, Tupac was amazing at that, painting these pictures and like encapsulating these emotions. And that's the way you are able to tap into energy, and it's tasteful. And you can understand, because other songs, he actually contextualizes these things and you know, like, this is wrong. Unfortunately, he fell victim to that shit. How many niggas fell victim to the streets? You feel me? It's like you contextualize everything. You gotta tell the story, bro. Tell the full story.
The backlash that 21 Savage and others who...
Well, I know about Tallahassee. What you mean I know about Tallahassee, man? Spent some great time in Tallahassee. Tell you who? I know about Tallahassee. What you know about Tallahassee? What you talking about? French town and shit. What you know about Tallahassee?
Are supporting him are getting art. When I look at the backlash that 21 Savage and others are getting for supporting him art, it seems like they're misconstruing what the man is saying as being indicative of him turning his back on what he learned from the streets, or turning his back on those positive relationships he might have built in those streets, or turning his back on the value of the experience that he had in the street. I don't see it like that, Art. I don't see it like that. That's just like if I went to jail, Art. If I went to jail and I met a couple old heads who put me on game, or if I went to jail and I became a best friend with one of the brothers in there, or if I went to jail and I took that time to write a book and I got out of jail and that book made me a millionaire, that doesn't mean jail is a good thing. Just because I had some good experiences in jail, just because I might have learned some things in jail, just because I may have built some lifelong bonds in jail, that doesn't mean prison is a good place. You don't have to throw out the baby with the bathwater. Art, that's just like if you join the U.S. military and the U.S. military sends you to Iraq or Afghanistan or Iran to fight. And while you are over there, you learn some survival skills. While you are over there, you develop some long-lasting bonds. While you are over there, you might meet your wife. While you are over there, you learn another language. Those were good things, right? But you would still say war is not good. And I don't want nobody to go to war.
I think I made an example earlier about war.
Even if you learn some good things in prison and had some good experiences in prison, you can still say, Art, prison is not a good place. So what I would say to all my brothers in the street, who I love and respect from coast to coast, and I get a lot of love in the streets, right? And I'm probably the most popular scholar of the brothers and sisters in the streets. But I would tell them, I don't believe the brother 21 Savage and those of us who stand with him, I don't believe what they're saying is forget the things that you learned, forget the people you met, forget the experiences you had. They're not saying that. You can always get some good out of something bad, Art, but at the end of the day, being in the streets does not benefit Black America. And let us back up for a minute, Art. Do we control anything in these streets that we claiming? I mean, do we control the hospitals we go to when we get shot? Do we control the supermarkets we buy the food from? Do we control the schools that's miseducating our kids? Art, let us not forget that the white man created the ghetto, not the Black man. The white man created the ghetto. When our ancestors came up north during the Great Migration, because white men had to go to prison, the government withdrew all the resources out the inner city. That's what turned it into poverty. That's why we had to sell drugs. That's why we had to hustle crack. That's why we had to steal cars. That's why we had to hustle credit cards. That's why we had to beef over territory to feed our families. The ghetto in the streets was born of
survival, man. And that's why I said earlier, or the video the other day, I understand the circumstances as far as why niggas in the streets. I can't knock the next man hustle. I can't tell the next man how to eat. And then you have, parents. I said, I don't know. One thing I don't like about doing uploads, like regular uploads, is that I don't get a natural reaction from the chat after I say some shit. But I was talking and I was making the point of, if you come from where I come from, you have homeboys or homegirls, and they act a certain type of way, and then you finally meet their parents, and you realize, oh shit, you didn't have no chance. Like, you were dealt the worst deck of cards, hand of cards, and right now you just being here is an overachievement. You feel me? Some people, based on their parents, they ain't never have a chance. And that happens a lot in the hood. I come from, it happens a lot. So I'm like, I understand why those people end up in the circumstances that they end up in. So yeah, those folks will hit a fuck the streets movement, and they be like, they may feel very offended by it because that's all they had, and it may have saved them when they learned more or got better circumstances than they was getting within a home from the streets, or better perspective or resources from what they was getting from their home. So those folks may feel this type of way. But at the same damn time, anyone that's super successful, you make it out the streets, you good. You have children, you have a family. You would not want your children to be in the streets. That alone tells me that it's something wrong. And you should not want other people's children to grow up the same type of way. If you don't want your children to experience it, why would you want somebody else's children to experience it? And I know that's a slippery slope, because you may say, well, shit, I don't want my child to work at no fucking fast food restaurant, but it's still necessary to have fast food restaurants, so somebody got to do it. You feel me? So, you can say a lot of different things to validate all these different thoughts, but still, if you don't want your black child to be in the streets, why would you want the next black child to be in the streets and glorify the streets? You feel me? In this conversation that we having right now, it only sounds about preserving the glorification of the streets.
Desperation. It was born of trauma. It was born of panic. Black people didn't come to the inner cities in the northern states and even the southern states and say, let's create a ghetto culture.
Nah.
That culture was created for you. The Kerner Commission, 1967. What did the Kerner Commission say? The commission that was put together by Lyndon Baines Johnson to study the cause of the Great Race Riots of 1967. They said, what white America doesn't understand, and what black America can never forget, is that white America is deeply implicated in the ghetto. This was a presidential report, Art. White America is deeply implemented in the ghetto. They said white America created the ghetto, white America maintains the ghetto, and white America condones the ghetto. And here's the last thing I'll say on that, Art. Here's the last thing I'll say on it. The reason why some of our brothers in the streets are not ready to spin the block into something more positive, Art, is because their entire identity as a man is tied into these streets. You got to realize, Art, for some of our brothers, they were given no opportunity to get out. So everything they are is tied to them streets. So in their opinion, If you say F the streets, they take it as you're saying F them, and that's not the case at all. See, remember, Art, the only system where black men have some control is the ghetto culture. The only system where black men have some power is the ghetto culture. The only system where the white man, because it's a white man system, let's be clear. The ghetto is a white man system, but Art, it's the only system where you can look like you have some power. It's the only system where you have some autonomy, as long as you don't get caught or killed. As long as you don't get caught by the police or killed by a rival, the ghetto system, the poverty system, is the only place that the white man allows the black man to acquire some degree of control. He will let the drug dealer operate for a while. He will let the credit card scammers operate for a while. He will let the clothing designers, knockoff hustlers operate for a while. You see, he'll let the car thieves operate for a while. So in that ghetto culture, Art, a black man who never been in charge of something can feel like he's in charge. A black man who never had no power can feel like he has some power. A black man who's never had any authority can feel like he has some authority. Because remember now, a lot of us grew up and we saw the drug dealers. They were the kings of the hood, the flashiest cars. We didn't see that on Wall Street. We didn't see that in the public school. We didn't see that in the government jobs. We didn't see that in the community stores. The only place we saw a black man who looked like he was in charge and had it going on was those who was committing crimes, because that was the only thing the white man left him to do. So for a lot of black men, Art, they think this is the only way I can achieve power is illegally through the streets. And if we're going to say F the streets, and we should, let's create another ecosystem, Art. Let's create another ecosystem that allows black men from the streets to transition into a legal career or business opportunity in which they can feed their families. Because guess what, Art? At the end of the day, if you're not giving black men an opportunity to feed their families legally, the streets ain't going nowhere. The streets ain't going nowhere. So I'm hoping 21 Savage will convene a conference, Art, where he sits down with other entertainers and black celebrities and say, listen, if we want this movement to have some teeth, let's create an economic ecosystem that help these brothers transition from the corner until they own LLC corporation. From the corner to the corporation. That's the next move for 21 Savage. And if he needs Dr. Umar to come in and motivate these brothers to move from the corner to their own LLC corporation, count me in, 21 Savage. I'll help you. Because we need this, Art. We don't need to see another mother crying. We don't need to see another dead black man. We don't need to see another incarcerated father. We don't need to see another drug addicted girl or boy. We don't need to see another homeless person. If we're going to say F the streets, let's create that corner to the corporation movement. Black power.
All right. That's what he had to say about that, man. That's what Dr. Umar Johnson had to say about that. Now, let me go ahead and continue transition this conversation. I don't got much more to say about the F3 shit. Let me see what y'all saying in the chat. Hold on, give me a second. The well-oiled machine, unfortunately, all skin folk and kinfolk. They just let people scam them until they come for his ass. Trust and believe. There's some black people that love to see his or her peers struggle. That's true. Of course, he's willing to help. He's looking for a payday. Man. I've been hearing a lot of shit about Umar, man. Dog. It don't sound good. Shit don't sound good, man. All right, I'm trying to prepare the next topic. Once again, I told y'all this ain't the early in the stream. This ain't the typical live stream. We basically just winging and shit. I see Aiden Ross talking shit in response to Doechii. I'm not giving that shit no damn love. Do y'all? I think I have to, man. One thing about me, bro. I don't grow because some shit I don't give attention to, dog. I be like, man, fuck that shit. I ain't covering that shit. and it hurts me. It hurts me business wise. But I'm supposed to cover all fuckery business wise. I need to do that more. But Aiden Ross did respond to Doechii. Y'all seen what we talked about earlier when it came to Doechii on the main channel, man. I know a lot of people watch those videos and things of that sort. But Aiden Ross now got 6'9". See, this the fuck shit. I'm not diving in. He's having 6'9" this Lil Durk, Doechii, and Joe Budden for him. The fuck out of here, bro. I'm fuck that shit. Fuck that. I'm not fucking with that shit. Fuck that. If Doechii responds, and then I'll cover it. I'm not covering off my own muscle. Fuck that. I'm just not doing that shit, bro. Certain shit, I'm not posting that. All right. What else we had to cover? Let me see. Did y'all see this shit? Oh, this is what I wanted to cover earlier. Here you go. I skipped this. I made a mistake. Kid gonna talk her shit, cause Kid don't like my boy. Kid don't like my dog, that J. Cole. But I love J. Cole. And I ain't gonna stop, showing love to J. Cole just cause y'all don't fuck J. Cole. But hoe ass Maul, I don't know him to be a hoe, but he moving like a hoe. He was talking shit. But oh yeah, I'm gonna show y'all this too. I showed people on my Instagram. Y'all gotta follow my Instagram for updates. Yo, my lady went stupid, bro, for Christmas, bro. Y'all know I'm a Bucks fan. I be shipping on my damn. I had a gift for myself. I got this for myself, but I told her I wanted a Derrick Brooks jersey. This is the number one Bucks of all time. My Bucks playing trash ass right now, but nevertheless, she not only got me a Derrick Brooks jersey, she got me a jersey I just could wear, and she got me a fucking signed Derrick Brooks jersey. I was not expecting this shit. This shit hard as fuck. So she snapped. For Christmas, she fucking snapped. She fucking snapped. I was not expecting a damn signed DB jersey, bro. God damn. Boy, man. I can't stand J. K, you don't fuck with J. Cole either, man. I'm a fuck with J. Cole regardless, bro. It's cool, man. It is what it is. But here we go. Let's hear what a small hat had to say, brother. Y'all want to hear what Aiden Ross got to say for real? All right, man. Let me do my fucking job, bro. I can't see. That's one thing about this shit. I don't get emotional, but I guess it will be emotional if I say, "Man, fuck what a nigga got to say." I don't want to hear that shit. That's what I'm gonna do with my video. I'm gonna let y'all know I'm gonna do this video right here, cause I'm preparing the video for tomorrow. Cause Aiden Ross I gotta say Aiden Ross responds to Doechii, blah 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 blah. That's how I gotta frame the video. All I'm gonna do is I'm gonna post what he gotta say, then I'm gonna run back the coverage of people that may have missed what was said, that he said. You feel me? What she said to him. But I just thought I just seen that coverage. Where did that shit go? Just look. This nigga's a hoe though. This nigga's a pure hoe. I would never respect a nigga like this, bro. Pure fucking hoe. Pure pussy ass bitch ass nigga, man. I would never respect these niggas, man. These niggas some hoes, bro. These niggas stand behind. Whoever they need to stand behind and say the fuck the shit they be saying.
Doechii, I'm gonna go about Doechii tomorrow, but I ain't gonna that dumb fat bitch. Sorry, it's not fat. That dumb bitch, that fucking botted fucking bitch. Dude, that fucking stupid smelly whore. She dropped from
Stop talking about the black queen.
I don't give a fuck about none of that. Yo, let me tell you something right now.
I'm mad because she made it. No bots.
Look at her monthly listeners right now. That bitch went from 60 million to fucking 20 million.
She blew up.
For what? From
Making
what?
music.
Cradling cock and balls? Like, what are you talking
Yo,
about?
why am I not lying, bro?
Well, you're not.
Bruh, one thing I hate about this job, I don't do this verbal back and forth shit. Niggas talk shit, I do actions. I act on it. Y'all not gonna get me. Most I'm gonna say about some shit like this is say, I bet. Especially if somebody's directing something towards me, all I'm gonna say is, I bet. I'm not gonna try to have a war of words with niggas. Cause when niggas move like this, bro, I'm not Doechii, she not me, but I still feel the disrespect. Because why the fuck you talking about? Are you talking like that, bro? You talking like that because you think your jaw safe. You think your jaw safe. You think your face safe. That's why you talking that way. You think your shit safe, bro. Yeah, this content may not be the best for me to do, man. He said
You won Grammys for a reason.
Man, it was a...
Doechii, he's hating. You won Grammys for a reason.
Man, it was a rigged ass Grammy. What the fuck? You can't name me 3 Doechii songs right now. Besides the one she sampled. 3.
Anxiety.
That's the one she sampled.
Yeah,
so name 3. You can't do it.
On the block throwing ass.
You know why? Exactly. That's what you're known for. You're known for throwing ass.
No, that's a lyric, gang. Chill.
That's all she's known for, allegedly, in my opinion.
Dude,
you're not a good...
Doechii, he's hating. You won Grammys for a reason.
Man, it was a rigged ass Grammy. What the fuck? You can't name me 3 Doechii songs right now.
And then 6ix9ine. You got 6ix9ine with him doing a diss song. Here we go.
When you was gang, it was no Alu Akbar, only Sabalala. Now it's Assalamu Alaikum. Pussy, you just eating bacon. I hate a pussy nigga faking. Now that just so you eating bacon. Yo, I dare nigga try to play. Niggas got 90 days till I'm back. Yeah, I got all the time to that day. Nah, you gay. Why I'm way too tight. Bow, pussy get shot in the face. Now I'm acting Fulio. Money, me no dummy, me no stupido. Casamigos, so to my Casamigo. So dance on the wall, shake it.
Okay.
Get you a bag, break it.
Yeah.
Save it.
Okay. Okay.
Yo, nigga, I'm black. Where the fuck my scat?
What?
Where the fuck my lean?
Okay.
Nigga, free my dad.
Free my dad.
Who a fault in the cops? Fuck TJ, that nigga. I was going to slap over chips and walk in. Fuck that. You know I'm a Jew. People with me.
You know I'm a Sue.
You know what to do. Fuck Doechii.
Fuck Doechii. Fuck Doechii. Fuck Doechii.
Next story. All right, so we about to talk about these niggas talking about Drake, J. Cole album and shit, man. So Maul claims that J. Cole had multiple Drake and Kendrick Lamar features on the Fall Law, but had to redo the album after the beef. Kendrick was on the album, Drake was on the album. Well, was blank, because now he got to do his whole album over. Let's tap in and see what's going on over here, man.
Go on. They both were on the album. On J. Cole's album.
No, that's
Drake
gone.
was okay.
That's gone. You know Drake called and say, "Yo, unclear that."
He said, "Must be Drake Bell."
Must be Drake Bell. Get that shit the fuck off.
Yeah.
It wouldn't even. It would sound dated anyway. It wouldn't make any. It had unless it wouldn't work anyway. It wouldn't work anyway. But now I'm sad because I know that exists.
I'm
I kill
curious.
myself.
I'm curious if Kendrick has the same verse on Cole's project as he did this year.
No.
Or if it's rewritten.
No, I don't think he's on there.
He was on there twice.
I don't think he's on there.
Yeah, he was.
I know that for a fact.
He was on the album.
He was on there twice. So I don't. You think Cole's taking 2 Kendrick verses off his album?
I want to let y'all know that this is going to get clipped and end up on Twitter. So are y'all okay with me leaving that in there?
Yeah.
Okay.
What? That Kendrick was on
J. Cole's album?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was on
Breaking
the
for a
album.
fact. Okay.
Yes, Kendrick was on the album. And Drake is on the album. Well, was.
Which is why we didn't get the album, because now he got to do his old album over.
Because all right, so you don't do that all right, I'm not allowing that. Cole didn't redo his whole album because a Drake verse got taken off. He probably just redid his album because he wanted to.
If you have 2 songs with Drake and 2 songs with Kendrick.
I don't think he had 2 songs with each of them.
Okay, I know he had 2 songs with both.
I'm about to kill myself. I'm really about to kill myself. Like, word to me, I'm not going
to. If J. Cole had 2 songs with both of them that made the album, Maul, because you're trying to do fake ass, phony ass, slick ass shit. Nigga probably recorded songs with niggas thinking I'm gonna go ahead and pick one of these songs to put on the album, not having 4 fucking songs with these other niggas. Stop playing with the nigga that did an album, several albums with no fucking features. Stop playing with that man like that, bro. Understand y'all don't like how the nigga maneuvered in the battle. 100%, I get it. But stop playing, bro. Chill the fuck out, dog. Chill the fuck out. Chill the fuck out, bro. Cause this nigga done sold a lot of fucking records. A lot of fucking records with no fucking features. And I don't even give a fuck about that feat. But this feat still remains and it's relevant to this point right here, acting like the nigga needed the niggas for the album. Shut the fuck up, man. These niggas be on some house shit.
I hate this fucking beef. It's the worst thing that ever happened to me. I swear to God.
So now that you don't have those songs, that's 4 songs you have to take off your album.
You think he has to take the Kendrick ones off?
Absolutely.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Niggas go in the studio with niggas all the time and make songs that never made the fucking album. Kendrick Lamar and J. Cole got a lot of fucking songs together. They was going to make a whole album together. Dumb songs never made one of these niggas' albums. So who to say they may have got in the studio, chopped that shit up, did some shit, but it probably wasn't going to make the final album. Shut the fuck up, bro. Niggas be trying to spice shit up just to spice shit up. Just cause they want to have some shit to say. Yeah, okay, you know niggas. You know niggas. Ho ass. Shut the fuck up, man.
Kendrick's not clearing no verse for J. Cole.
Shut the fuck up.
Why you think that? Because he's not. He don't fuck with Cole like that. Which is why what Cole did was crazy.
Yeah.
Shut the fuck up, man. It's the point. Okay, the nigga didn't go into the beef and square up in the beef. But stop acting like he's not his own nigga. The whole time y'all been trying to paint the picture like he is relying on these 2 other niggas to go ahead and have his own wave. He has his own fan base. He can do his own thing, bro. He can do his own. I just don't agree with that line of thinking. Yeah, I'm a J. Cole fan, 100%. I'm a J. Cole fan for a reason. I'm one of the people that like his music. That's how I became a fucking fan. So it's other people like me in this fucking world that exists. So this whole line of thinking is stupid as fuck. It's dumb as fuck. I don't agree with that line of thinking. Is it going to be some bad feelings after the beef? 100%. I agree with that shit. It's going to be some bad feelings after the beef based on how J. Cole played the situation. But to act like he can't proceed with his life past this point and people not going to support him, that's crazy. That's crazy and delusional. That's a delusion to your thoughts, especially when you on the point of feeling, oh, he didn't support Drake. He wasn't on Drake's side to ride with him with this beef, so his life going to fall apart. This shit gonna be just the same, man. Shut the fuck up. All right,
I'm going on tour with.
Let's tap in with Cater from X. Cater from X did the full video on this whole shit. Let's see what homie got to say.
I'm going on tour with him. I thought the album was coming out.
I'm going on tour with him. What tour?
Well, it would have been his tour.
Fucking tour. Tour ain't happening.
You don't think J. Cole ever tour again?
Where is J. Cole's album at?
He redid it. Y'all know he redid that.
We'll get to our 2026.
Where is his album at? It's not crazy to see how that J. Cole has not dropped the album this year.
J. Cole. The industry is playing with your name. Now, for context, it's important to note that this conversation originates from the Rory and Mal podcast, where the round-shaped one questioned why J. Cole is delaying the fall off.
Rory is the one that said J. Cole will be the best rapper of 2025.
That's because my barber gave me wrong information. He was supposed to drop in August.
Look who you listen to, my barber.
He's Cole's barber. And he was like, yo, I'm going to be gone from August on because I'm going on tour with him. I thought the album was coming out.
I'm going on tour with him. What tour?
Well, it would have been his tour.
Fucking tour. Tour ain't happening.
You don't think J. Cole ever tour again?
Oh, of course he will. Y'all fell for that trick too.
Of course I watched the stream.
What trick?
It's beautiful.
That show at the Garden.
That was gonna happen.
He got y'all back in his heart, back in his good graces.
But what I don't.
Hey, why this nigga talking like this, bro? Why this nigga talking like this, bro? Why you talking so crazy? Like, I don't get. They talking about J. Cole like he Wale, like he Big Sean or some shit. This is fucking J. Cole. What the fuck is going on, bro? Hey, bro, nah. This is why I got mad when J. Cole. Like, I understand Kendrick your friend, bro. This is why I got mad when he dropped out of the beef. Everything makes sense in full circle, but initially, niggas gonna have this type of energy, and these niggas some pussies in full blown confrontation. Like, this nigga talking crazy, bro. This nigga talking crazy. Like, nigga can't tour. He can't tour.
Oh, of course he will. Y'all fell for that trick too.
Of course I watched the stream.
What trick?
It's beautiful.
That show at the Garden.
That was gonna happen.
He got y'all back in his heart, back in his good graces.
But what
I shed a tear when Love Yours came on.
Is that tour was gonna happen whether that battle happened or not. That was always gonna happen.
Yeah, it was the Forest Hills.
It was the Forest Hills.
10-year, 5-year?
Like, that was always gonna happen. That's been planned. That was always gonna happen.
Where is J. Cole's album at?
He done redid it. Y'all know he redid
We'll
that
get
shit
to our
5
2026.
times.
Where is his album at? It's not crazy to see how that J. Cole has not dropped the album this year.
No fuck, nigga, because if you look at J. Cole as a fan, J. Cole has been teasing the fall off of fucking 10 years probably. Probably not as 10 years, but it's been at least 6 years. The nigga been teasing the fall off. I don't know when that shit gonna fucking drop. So to say where's his album, I don't fucking know. But this nigga been taking as long he been taking a long time with this album for a reason. And I'm not a nigga that's antsy for albums to drop. I've never been that way. Whenever the artist is ready to drop the album, I'll be fine. And I'm thinking it's the time to drop it. I'm gonna give you the time. If I'm a fan of the artist, I don't care. Whenever you want to drop your albums, appreciate it. I'm gonna go ahead and dive into it. One of the main reasons because I don't depend my fandom on one person. I like hip hop. So I'm gonna listen to a bunch of different artists. So I'm just gonna be excited when this one person decides to contribute to the game in particular. But I'm just not that type of way. But at the same damn time, bro, like what the fuck is he talking about, bro? With his energy, as far as why he hasn't dropped. This is how he's been for the longest. Especially when it comes to the fall off.
I don't think it's crazy at all.
What? How is that not crazy to you?
Because we've already said that you have to go in and you have to redo that whole album. We already knew that. We
actually agreed with you of like how he can't say certain things and he probably had to redo a bunch of records.
He had to redo that whole fucking album that he was working on for 3 years. Now he had to work on it for another 2. Like nobody's surprised about that.
I said
now for those of you tapped into Carolina's finest, you understand this isn't breaking news, but broken news. This isn't the first time Rory and Mal have dissimulated false narratives revolving J. Cole. For instance, y'all remember when they perpetuated this narrative that Cole chose a side?
And I've seen no one else talking about it.
Ooh, the line has been drawn in the sand?
After the Cash Cobain thing.
What side you on?
Cole chose a side, and no one's talking about it. After the beef, even after Drake had said, I don't give a fuck how Cole feels, and went after Kendrick, we have seen Cole collaborate with 2 people that one could deem be ops of Drake specifically. We know he's been going back and forth with A$AP Rocky. We've never even known Cole and A$AP to ever have like a relationship like that. We don't know these people. They probably talk.
Yeah.
And there you have it. You see, now they are continuing to push this narrative that J. Cole has to redo his entire album, and that's the reason for the delay.
Go on.
They both were on the album. On J. Cole's album.
I said before, I just want to say this again. J. Cole ain't got to choose no fucking side between Kendrick and Drake. J. Cole could choose his own fucking side and be just fucking fine. What the fuck's going on, bro?
No, that's
Drake
gone.
was okay.
That's gone. You know Drake called and say, yo, unclear that.
No, he said, must be Drake Bell.
Must be Drake Bell. Get that shit the fuck off. It wouldn't even. It would sound dated anyway. It wouldn't make any. It had unless it wouldn't work anyway. It wouldn't work anyway. But now I'm sad because I know that exists.
I'm curious. I'm curious if Kendrick has the same verse on Cole's project as he did this year.
No.
Or if it's rewritten.
No, I don't think he's on there.
He was on there twice.
I don't think he's on there.
Yeah, he was.
I know that for a fact.
He was on the album.
He was on there twice. So I don't. You think Cole's taking 2 Kendrick verses off his album?
I want to let y'all know that this is gonna get clipped and end up on Twitter. So are y'all okay with me leaving that in there?
Yeah.
Okay.
What? That Kendrick was on
J. Cole's album?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was on his album.
For a fact. Okay.
Yes, Kendrick was on the album, and Drake is on the album. Well, was, which is why we didn't get the album because now he got to do his old album over.
Good.
But here's the thing. Much like Rory, when it came to Port Antonio, they don't have a
but yeah, good. Don't lean on no features for no fucking fall off album. Fuck the features. Fuck them. Fuck it.
Single source. Nothing from Cole, nothing from his team, not even a journalist with insider knowledge. So what we're seeing here is the same thing we've seen before.
My bad, K. I'm good now though. My bad. But y'all don't understand. Y'all don't know. I have a stutter though. I do have a stutter. So sometimes, like when I get frustrated and I get upset by certain things, I'm gonna stutter. You may think I'm dragging because I'm faded. I am a little lit. But I do have a stutter though, so sometimes I'm gonna be like,
Rory and Mal dissimulating fan fiction dressed up as fact. And as someone who appreciates authenticity, I find it important to be able to separate the two, especially when we're talking about hype or narratives created from the internet versus reality. But at the end of the day, J. Cole doesn't owe anyone an explanation for his creative process. And spreading unverified claims doesn't change that. But I'm curious to hear what some of you may think. Do you buy into this redo theory? Or do you think it's something else entirely? Drop your thoughts in the comments and let's discuss. But if you're asking me, I think it's important that we don't forget 2 very important factors.
What's that, bro?
Number 1, the legal matters. Right? J. Cole is currently involved in a legal dispute with Cameron, and legal issues like this can significantly impact an artist's release schedule, from the timing of announcements to potential contractual restrictions. Right? And also, the second thing is just simply the family and personal life element. For those of you that's tapped into the vlog, he mentioned earlier this year, Cole mentioned in his blog that he's currently juggling family responsibilities as well as the music. And that's a reality many fans overlook. Artists aren't just machines. Like, life happens. And sometimes creativity and family obligations must coexist. But again, that's just my perspective.
Miss when AI only stood for my boy Allen Iverson.
For today.
My bad, y'all. I'm trying to find different topics to tap into. Let me see. I need y'all patience right quick. God damn. Deleted did a whole hour video on the Parasocial Hive. That's crazy. I'm not looking at it. I was thinking about it, but I'm just looking at things that has topics on. I need y'all to do me a favor. I gotta put a button on this shit. This Dave Chappelle shit. This is for people that's gonna watch the recap tomorrow. My clips. I gotta pin this with the opening topic. I know the FD signifier was long enough, but I just want to make sure I don't leave no stones unturned. So I'm gonna watch this Umar and Dave Chappelle commentary right here to put a button on the earlier Dave Chappelle commentary. So we're gonna come back to that, and then I'm gonna go to some random reactions as far as things. If y'all, it's been things that been going on in the culture, dog. Please do not be afraid to say, "Yo, Stacey, what's your take on this?" Put it in the chat, and then I'll research real quick, and we can talk about it. I don't mind that. I would appreciate if y'all did that more. Low key, when I had a smaller smaller following. When I was like at 4K subscribers, a lot of my damn content come from suggestions from people in the comment section and shit. So don't be afraid to tell me, yo, cover this, cover that, cover this, cover that. Especially if y'all send things to me on Instagram or YouTube. I'm not my bad. Instagram or Twitter. Like tell me some things that's like popping. Follow me on them platforms. Everything is Yum Stacy except TikTok. TikTok is updates with Stace. But yeah, you can follow me on those platforms. You see something going on, be like, yo, Stace, hop on this, or I want to see your perspective on this shit right here. And I think things have changed because my platform is much more feeding y'all shit rather than just reacting to shit before in comparison. So I think that may change that shit. But yeah, don't be afraid to tell me, yo, check this out. I check my DM as much as possible, so don't be afraid to do that. But all right, let me go ahead and react to this right here, and then we can get to the other content. Because I just want to see what Umar got to say about this shit.
Have you seen a new Dave Chappelle stand-up?
Somalia daycare? I'm hearing a lot of shit about Somalia. Jalopy Bunga spitting some shit, hit him up. I got to tap in with bro. I be seeing him on Twitter. I never interacted with him, but I gotta hit bro up. I blame Cam for the Rain Men Wear Pink. Rain Men Wear Pink so proudly. I wear pink sometimes. I really wear it because my mom survived breast cancer, so show love for my OG, you know.
I saw the Dave Chappelle stand up. And I'm going to say this. I met Brother Dave for the first time in Columbus this year at the Columbus Black Expo. He was there. Talib Kweli was there. A lot of the celebrities was there. And we gave each other a dap and a quick hug.
That's kid.
You know, Dave Chappelle, obviously, you know, he's married to a non-black woman, Asian woman. Respect to him, his wife, and their children. And as you know, I don't support interracial dating because black men should be with black women, not because of any hatred for anybody else. With that being said, I think Dave Chappelle is the most politically unapologetic black comedian in the 21st century.
Mm-hmm.
I'm almost ready to say of all time, but Richard Pryor was pretty unapologetic as well when it came to racial issues. But after Richard Pryor, somebody of Dave's stature, I don't know, with the exception of Richard Pryor, I don't know of a...
All right, we got to address this, bro. Umar, why everything goes but a mustache, bro? Why? What do you have against your mustache? Why do you shave that shit, bro? It's like you everything is like, yeah. This is my point right here. His hair has to grow there. It has to. It has to. But this shit is cleanly, it looks freshly shaved. But he doesn't have a fresh lineup at all. Nothing fresh about the lineup. Nothing, not a fresh fade. Nothing. But this shit is shaved. What is this shit against your religion? Why don't you want a mustache? And you really don't want that shit, bro. Why? What do you have against mustaches, bro? We gotta know. You talk about everything but your lack of stash. You talk about everything but your lack of stash, bro. Why?
Another politically unapologetically black comedian like Dave Chappelle in our history. Paul Mooney was very unapologetic politically. Very politically unapologetic. But he never got to the stature of a Dave Chappelle, in my opinion. He may have had it before, but not in my lifetime, right? I think Paul Mooney was the most political of them all. But publicly, at Dave Chappelle's stature, saying what you feel, how you feel it in front of white people, I got to give my brother his flowers. I got to give Dave Chappelle his flowers. In that series that he just did, which he called the N-Word Act. And the reason Dave Chappelle called it the N-Word Act is he was drawing a parallel between the first heavyweight black boxing champion, Jack Johnson, and Puffy Combs. And so the stand-up was called the N-Word Act. I'm going to say the Negro Act, but he didn't say Negro, okay? The Negro Act. Because basically what Dave was trying to show is this law, and we talked about this before, Art, I think, this law that was created to bring down Jack Johnson because he was sleeping with white women and white men didn't like it. This law, racist law, created to bring down the first black heavyweight champion, Jack Johnson, the Mann Act, which forbids interstate trafficking for purposes of immorality, is exactly what Sean Combs was convicted of.
Oh, shit.
And of course,
is that true?
I correctly predicted that Sean Combs would only be convicted for that interstate prostitution on your show.
I mean, everybody did that has since they knew he couldn't be that shit if you read the actual law. But is that true? Was the Mann Act created first for Jack Johnson, the person he's describing? Is that true? I mean, y'all let me know in the chat before I gotta look it up, man.
I said that's the only thing he will be found guilty of, and that was the only thing he was found guilty of. So Dave Chappelle was trying to show that even with all of Sean Combs' excesses and abuses, it still came right back to we must control black men by any means necessary. And in that stand-up, Dave Chappelle talked.
So yes, it's true. Damn, he Muslim, can't cut off beard, but a mustache a precarious thing. Okay. Damn. Okay. So y'all, that's why I love my chat, dog. My chat. I feel like I have curated a great chat, dog. Y'all smart, y'all understand my humor, and y'all don't take things too serious and still educate me. I appreciate y'all so much for that, dog. But okay, so he can't cut off the beard, but a mustache he can, dibble and dabble with as far as that. But damn, I did not know that about the Mann Act. Yeah, okay.
Talked about how he did a show in Saudi Arabia, and during that show in Saudi Arabia, he said he can speak freely in Saudi Arabia during his stand-up, and I'm paraphrasing him, but he can't speak freely in America. And that drew the ill repute of a lot of white conservatives and liberals who accused Dave Chappelle of un-Americanism. And of course, they also tried to criticize him because he said there was a journalist who was murdered in Saudi Arabia, Art. And they said to Dave Chappelle, why are you doing a comedy show in Saudi Arabia if they unalived this journalist? And Dave Chappelle said, well, Israel has unalived, allegedly, at least 240 journalists. And y'all not telling nobody not to go to Israel. So I'm not supposed to go to Saudi Arabia because a journalist was unalived once. But Israel has unalived 240 and nobody's saying anything about that. The stand-up was very bold. I was impressed with the level of Dave Chappelle's audacity. That was probably the most unapologetically black stand-up I saw in front of a mixed race audience in the 21st century. So I got to give, even though I don't support interracial dating, I got to give my brother Dave Chappelle his props. He also talked about the whole transgender thing.
And Johnson will only fight white boxers. That's another reason why they wanted him going. Damn. Diddy was on a hook still though. Yeah, damn. I did not know about that. I did not know that about the Mann Act at all. Damn.
And how he can make transgender jokes in Saudi Arabia.
But that's what I was telling y'all. Like, if you guys remember my coverage, I'm like, some of these laws is in place to get who you want to get. Because you could turn a blind eye, because based on society, we can understand what's going on. Of course, prostitution, people don't give a fuck about prostitution, like on the grand scale of things, especially if everyone is a willing participant. But people may feel like, okay, maybe tax reasons or whatever. But y'all know the people they care the least about when it comes to these sexual acts are men. In this situation, he got accused, or he was found guilty for male prostitutes. Who normally gives a fuck about male prostitutes? But that was technicality they was able to capture him on, you know? The technicality is what got him done in. But it wasn't the egregious things that people thought was going to happen after the hype around Diddy's case.
As in America, if he makes those same jokes, you know, he gets criticized for it. People try to cancel him for it. And this is supposed to be the land of free speech. Okay. And that was another thing Nicki Minaj said that I didn't agree with. You know, she said when Erica Kirk asked Nicki Minaj, what brought you to change your political opinion or bring you to the Donald Trump, you know, team? She said, because I got tired of being pushed around and being told that I'm not allowed to have a different opinion. But Art, isn't that exactly what Donald Trump did when Charlie Kirk was murdered? When Charlie Kirk was murdered, they didn't allow anybody to have an opinion. You had to be pro Charlie Kirk. You had to support the legacy of this racist white man because Donald Trump said so. I think they wanted to lay his body in state at the White House or in DC. I don't know if they did that or not, but they wanted to lay his body in state. He got his own holiday, October the 14th, Charlie Kirk Day. And then Dave Chappelle talked about that, how black people had to fight like hell to get Dr. King's birthday to become a national holiday. And Charlie Kirk Day, I don't know if that's his birthday or not, October the 14th, became a national holiday. And guess what? It had bipartisan support. You had the Democrats and the Republicans came together to endorse October 14th as Charlie Kirk's Day. Black people and white people came together to endorse Charlie Kirk's birthday. Van Jones, who I'm going to have to call a hypocrite because he is Democratic Party plantation slave number one. Damn. Snow Bunny Van Jones is Democratic plantation slave number one. And even he, I believe, supported the Charlie Kirk national holiday.
That's crazy.
You know what I mean? So Dave Chappelle was just looking at all.
I don't see how you support like someone who's so divisive in their rhetoric as far as a day, giving them a day. It's like the same shit we seen with the people that had the statues from the federal leaders, the Confederate leaders, my bad, Confederate people in the South, statues getting love all over again in this day and age for the same rhetoric. So like that shit crazy to witness this happening in real time.
These contradictions in American society, and he did a very good job exposing American contradictions. And he basically said, listen, y'all gonna have to look out for me. Y'all gonna have to protect me because I don't want them to do me like they did Charlie Kirk. He said, I didn't expect my voice to become as powerful as my voice is. You know, and he said, listen, I'm just gonna have to keep on doing shows in Saudi Arabia because I'm gonna say what I wanna say. Ain't nobody gonna stop me from giving my honest opinion. I'm not trying to hurt nobody, okay, but I'm gonna tell the truth as I see it. And he said something to the effect sarcastically at the end. He said, I'm not going to, don't quote me. He said something to the effect of, and I'm not going to say the cold word, or in order to be protected, you got to say the cold word. And the cold word is I stand with Israel. Yeah. And as you know, Art, we just saw Floyd Money Mayweather, okay, receive some sort of a award from the Zionists, you know, where he said he's going to be a staunch supporter and defender of Israel and all this and that. You know, we saw LeBron James with the Zionists, you know, before he was declared to be a billionaire about a year or two ago. So they own our athletes, bro. They own our athletes. They own our
I believe they started building a case against Diddy. The movement he started recording his every move. The Jane Doe and Cassie were considered his conviction. Yeah, especially when it came to this timing. So are you paying goofy? Am I paying goofy? I think if you're saying paying African, am I paying African? I don't know, man. I'm just like love people. I just like loving people, man. I don't have like no allegiance. I'm gonna rule out black people. Maybe I may be gullible in that sense, but I'm not gonna rule out other black folks when it comes to my allegiance to who I care for, you know? I care for black people. I do come across some black folks or darker hues. however you want to call it. I may be like, man, you moving wrong, woody woo woo, but I'm always give the black person the benefit of the doubt. So if you call that Black Pan-Africanism, because that goes beyond just people that's American, maybe. But yeah, Caribbean people, people in the UK, people that's over in Africa, whatever it may be, I'm always giving them the benefit of the doubt. In comparison to other folks, 9 times out of 10. So if that's Pan-Africanism or Pan-Goofy, whatever you want to call it, yeah, that's what I may be. That's what I may be. I just love my people. I love my people, and I respect every people from every walk they come from. And also, I'm here to learn from their perspective. Would I agree with all their perspectives? Nah, because I'm my own man. But I would give them an ear before I give anyone else, because I think at a bare minimum we have a closer level of understanding than I would have with the next man. And yes, I think that comes from a lived experience with having similar skin colors. I do agree with that. So people may feel some type of way about that, but that's how I feel.
Actors, they own our politicians.
Oh, you good.
Jasmine Crockett, and I don't know if this is true. Much respect to the sister because she's running for Senate. I hope.
Talking about Umar. Oh, my bad. You good. But no, that's how I feel about that. And Crown by K, and that's not just directed towards you. I think you gave me opportunity to address people that may have questions about if I'm FBA, because technically I'm FBA. My dad is a foundational Black American, but at the same damn time, my mom is not a foundational Black American. But FBA would say, if one of your parents is a foundational Black American, this is who you are. But then they'll disparage a lot of people that's like not that doesn't have that exact lineage. But I'm like, dog, it's a lot of ideologies that my mom has that's aligned with FBA. So it's like it blows me when it comes to people trying to find little things to distinguish when describing these things to pick their sides. I'm like, bro, it's not that simple, bro. People have a mind of their own. People have experiences that build their perspective or lead to how they perceive things to be. I said the same thing in different ways, but I just don't like the way that people just choose teams or project their experiences onto other people instead of trying to allow that individual, no matter where they may be from, to have the chance to prove to you who they may be or how they may think. And I think a lot of these groups and these teams that happen on social media is a disservice to the black growth globally. That's how I feel about it. And I think what you said gave me the leeway to let people know how I feel about certain things. You feel me? That's it. But okay, we locked in. Been locked in. The MAGA ice, in fact. So I'm FBA first. I stand with other non-FBA who stand FBA. Yeah. My OG, my mama, my mama. If you hear her talk, but you understand her values, you would think she's FBA, but she's not. But then you realize the man she had a child with, and she's married to. My mama's married. My mom is married to an FBA, but my mom is a Haitian Bahamian woman, married to FBA. He's not my father, but my father is FBA. So my mom's values clearly align that. How she raised me to be have FBA values. So some Haitians may say I'm Americanized. Y'all see the conflict I grew up with. You feel me?
she wins, although I really haven't seen enough being done for black people. Too much celebrity, not enough service, in my opinion. But I'm going to be patient with my sister, give her some time. You know, too much celebrity. Where's the substance at? But I'm going to give her some time. She wants to be a senator. I say let's vote her in, the people who have to vote for her from her state of Texas, and let's see what the sister does. I'm not impressed because I'm just seeing too much celebrity, not enough substance. You know what I mean? But she is being asked, and she is being.
But Rome, you already know, bro. It's so much Zoes in Miami, bro. You know how that shit go. You never know who is Zoe. Everybody is goddamn Zoe, especially in Carol City. North Miami, Carol City. There's a lot of Zoes up here, bro. You'll never know who's Zoe, who Jamaican. You know how Miami get down, bro.
Accused, not proven art, accused of also being a flunky for the Zionists. They said she voted on a couple of policies that were favorable to Israel and what they were doing over there to the Palestinians in Gaza. You know what I mean? So again, I'm still studying. I'm still
like my stepdad was from the city. He's from the city. I'm from Carol City. That's where my people from. But then further back, my people from Little Haiti. But they settled down in Carol City.
Searching. I'm still waiting. But some people are saying that she too is under the control of the Zionists. So again, the question is, what black people are actually free to serve black people? Because if you're taking orders from Israel, you definitely don't care about black folks in America, because they don't. And I'm still waiting for somebody to finally hold the Israelis and European Jews responsible for their role in the transatlantic slave trade. They did not play a minor role in our slavery. They played a major role in our slavery. And if they're going around expecting everybody to pay homage to them for what they went through at the hands of Hitler's Germany, and I don't have a problem with that at all, what happened to them was wrong. But if people should honor you for what you've been through, and if people should be held accountable for what they put you through, you should also be held accountable for what you put African people through. They sold us. They insured us. They built the ships that sold us. In fact, Jewish slavery art was so bad that they used to sell black people out in front of synagogues in Europe. They were selling.
He's a little bit far off the topic, but I appreciate Umar right there, man. I feel you. I wish we can abandon the reclassification of who we are in relation to the landmass. We reclaim black for solidarity and pride, but it's a disservice overall, man. Listen, dog. I love black people, man. I just love black people, and I'm interested in so many different walks of life, how we got here. Like I said before, it's a big thing, man. When you Zoe, but you call blunt. you feel me? You Zoe, but you still classify as a Yank. You want to still fit in. You want to fit in with both sides. You want to feel love from everybody. You feel me? So I understand, looking into the history, I'm like, man, if I don't know the language 100% like everybody else, I'm going to know the history. I'm going to know this, that, and the third. And I got engulfed into the history of my people and diving into the transatlantic slave trade and learning about the homie, which was featured on the Woman King series. I mean, not the series, but the movie. That was a big dive for me as far as understanding everything that was going on in that movie and learning that the homie people. If you guys ever seen the Woman King, that tribe or those people, a lot of them were moved or they were sent to Haiti. A lot of people from the homie were sent to Haiti, especially one of the women that was very influential or very pivotal in the slave revolt in Haiti. The person that Jean-Jacques Dessalines, he learned a lot that he gathered as far as battle information, battle tactics was from the homie warrior, a woman warrior that went from Haiti that taught her. I can't think of her name right now. I would normally know it off the top of my head. Right now, it's late right now. I can't think of her name, but It's if you guys hear the name, you can be like, damn, that sound like something that a girl that I grew up with would be named. But the name of the woman and that came from the homie that taught Dessalines. I think it's Dessalines. Either Dessalines or the other homie. I can't think of other buddy name. But yeah, that's Benin. Benin is where a lot of people from Haiti is from, and that's where the movie The Woman King was set. And that transition from there to Haiti was happening from the Portuguese. So it's a lot of that shit going on, man. Soy Boy Week, FBA lineage just like Jamaicans or Jamaicans, Haitians are Haitians, Black American are FBA. Yeah, that's complex too. Americans for you people and Zoe to your surroundings. No one wants to be othered. Beta males. Alright, so Jay, I don't know who fool is. Fool in here just talking. I'm alpha. Oh, you one of those. You one of those, man. Hey, expand your vocabulary, my boy. We talking full sentences over here, my boy. Or just say one sentence. You know? Text Lone Star. Crazy how we've been great throughout the world, and we look at our actions and position as colored people now. Yeah. Okay, if you say so. Alright. Text Lone Star, what's good, homie? What it do? Animal Pet, what's good, homie? What's good, Zo? But alright, man. Let me see what else got going on. We got other topics we want to dive into. Other things we want to talk about, man. But yeah. I can't think about, man, what I feel like I'm doing the wrong thing about not telling y'all the lady name. Why can't I think of her name, bro? The lady that came from the homie, she was a woman warrior, and she was a person that taught Dessalines. Why can't I think of her name? What's her name, dog? Toya. That's why I said, if y'all hear it, y'all gonna think, oh, that's a black name. That sound like a girl from the hood. Toya. Victoria Montoon. Toya. Yeah, she was a woman warrior from the Amazonian warrior. She one of them type of girls. From the Woman King, the homie warrior, the Amazons. They were enslaved from the Portuguese, took over to Haiti, and she was one of the people that taught Jean-Jacques Dessalines, one of the first Haitian presidents. He took over after Toussaint got captured. Dessalines seen the plan all the way through, made sure Haiti got the 100% independence. Although some fuck niggas fuck shit up, but he was taught by Toya. Alright, that's why I said, I'm like, damn, I know it's like a name, it's a hood name. It's a hood name, Lil Wayne. Alright, let's get to it. Let's go ahead and move on to the next story. So what else we got playing, man? Right now, we vibing. It's late night. Nothing too scripted tonight, man. It's not one of my best scripted live streams. This is one of the most conversational, just chilling, just going over topics that I had saved. Do y'all want to talk about the classified shit? That dude, he homeless. Because I got to take on that shit. I'm going to just keep it G, man. I feel like they just need to leave that man alone. It's a dude that was on the classified. He's been homeless for some time, and he's been going viral lately. And I think he's like, bro, just leave me alone so I can smoke my crack or my heroin or do whatever I do. Because no matter how much support they give him, he like, bro, leave me alone. He accepts it on camera. But then they say that, oh, he's back on the streets. 2 days later, he's back on the streets. He doing this, that, and the third. And I have dealt with people and family members that have dealt with substance abuse problems. So it's very frustrating, but at the same time, it's like, the solution ain't gonna come as quick as y'all want it to come. Especially y'all putting these damn cameras in these people's faces, man. It's just not gonna happen that way, bro. Sorry, but it's just not gonna be that way, dog. But all right. Y'all don't care. Fuck it. Let's go through bullshit reactions. Let's go have fun. Now I'm going through just reactions. This point is just careless. Nothing's important. Talking shit and going through what's going on in the culture. These different damn streamers.
What's popping, y'all?
This person right here is talking about the Casa ass shit. This is Hello Yasin talking about Casa Nat breakup. Let's just have fun and just talk shit. Let's talk shit. What's going on?
Oh, it might have been a late Christmas miracle for some, and for some, I mean me, because Kai Cenat got dumped by his girl, and I'll explain how this relates to me in a little bit. But first off, it got
just on Taz. What's good? Crispy Years was good.
Announced by Kai Cenat on his IG story and his Twitter, and he said, "I'm single. I will never be in another relationship again." And Kai Cenat's assistant would also respond, and she would just post on her Twitter with the trash emoji. So everyone's like, "Yo, what the hell is going on?" And me as well, because a couple of days ago, or just not last week, this is not embarrassing at all, but this is funny. So what you're seeing on your screen is, an exchange on my phone with a homie of mine. And this is just me. Like, I just love this hate and stuff. It's like, it's in my blood. It's in my bones. I don't clock in and hate. I clock out and I hate more than I do when
But you text somebody, I can't wait for this to end. They sent you the love emojis. You niggas are gay. I ain't gonna lie. You talking about hate, nigga? You gay, bro. Why you so invested in the next nigga relationship, bro? I don't give a fuck, bro. The only time I talk about certain shit as far as another nigga relationship is for content. I'm gonna keep it G with y'all. I don't give a fuck for real, bro. I really don't give a fuck for real. My girl may be tapping in, but one for one, she's trying to find an understanding of how to deal with somebody that's focused on this consecration shit. So she be trying to look what other girls be doing, like how could they relate to me type shit. So yeah, we have conversations about that shit. But I ain't texting the next nigga, I can't wait for this to end. That shit's gay. That's gay as fuck.
I'm online. It's just fun. I remember seeing this, what you're seeing on your screen right now, this compilation video for Kai Cenat's 24th birthday that his girlfriend was posting. And I just saw this, and it's not that I'm wishing on Kai Cenat's downfall, right? I don't want that. I wanted him to hit 1 million subs. Congrats to him. It's that the content that would come from him breaking up would just hit different, because
that's weird, bro.
You see him all booed up. You see them going every expensive restaurant, every.
I'm surprised this nigga admitted to this shit. That's weird as fuck. That's weird as fuck.
City in Switzerland that none of us can pronounce. He was out there in Italy, private jets, all of that with his girlfriend. We're like, well, we all know that this is going to end. And this was me on December 17th. And I said, I cannot wait for this to end. And then it ends. Like nothing but a week later. I should have asked God for something better. Here I was wasting my wish. Or just anticipating something that doesn't even really benefit me if we're keeping it a buck. But
it does. But it does. You just said you like the content that would come from it. And what you do, make content off of it. like what, nigga? What? Hey, bro, these niggas is weird.
Moving forward, I thought this was crazy because this happened so quick, because that same day on December 17th, his girlfriend put out a video talking about how amazing the life that she's living is. And I'm going to play that clip for you guys right now.
Y'all know your girl has been traveling, living life. My life is truly amazing, and I'm incredibly grateful for that. I get to travel, experience freedom, and the way that I live is literally the way that I knew I wanted to live as a child. I've always lived very nice, but as a little girl, I knew at this age, this is how I wanted to live. Like exactly how I'm living, exactly where I'm placed, exactly where I am in life. Like this is where I wanted to be. And me knowing that and really seeing it in real time, I don't take that lightly at all. Like I do not take that lightly. And what I truly do understand is how blessed I am. This has been one of the most like mentally challenging years because I've had such an amazing year, but just also such a hard one. But now I'm learning to just stay where it's happy at. Stay where it's peaceful, stay where it smiles and glitter and gold, okay? I'm also so thankful to have a partner who treats me with not only kindness, but respect. Someone...
Chat, how long ago this video came out though? She was like very, very appreciative of Kai. How long this video came out? Let me look at my own. See, K, you thought I was done for. You thought I was slushed earlier, but thank you for calling me out because I was. See, sometimes like I don't have to be drunk. Even my lady would say, "You are mumbling. You need to talk clearly." I'm a lazy talker. I talk lazy, so sometimes you have to call me out and say, "Bro, speak clear." So thank you for calling me out, K. It doesn't have to do with me being faded. Now I'm trying to talk much more clearer, and I know I'm faded for real, but thank you, Kay. Thank you.
I can truly call my best friend. Having that kind of support has honestly shown me how important emotional safety and mental health really is. I am really proud of myself for how far I have come this month, and I just am excited for the rest of this journey.
And this is hilarious because Kaisana was talking about mental health and all that and starting to watch anime, which probably makes a little bit of sense. Dog was trying. Oh, let's keep that for a little bit later.
That was 2 weeks ago. I figured it out. That was 2 weeks ago. Yeah. So I don't know. Damn, 2 weeks. You put out some shit 2 weeks ago, and then you leave the relationship this fast. That's how shit be moving though. Like, you know, people say shit, but they don't be meaning it though. So how 2 weeks ago you talking about how you so happy about having the type of dude that you're dating, blah 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 blah, wah 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 wah, and then 2 weeks I left. Huh?
In the video, but the way that she talks must be so irritating because she's saying, yeah, when I was young, I imagined myself at this age, mind you, she's like in her early 20s, living exactly the way that I'm living right now, aka financed by somebody else. Isn't that a dream? Like, manifestation must sound so good when you can really just luck yourself into something, because this is absolute pure luck. Like, she just ended up with Kaizenat, and he just so happened to be the type of person that not only has the money to afford the life that she's looking for, but also the time to, you know, devote to giving her that type of lifestyle and attention. And like I said, while Kaizenat was doing his mafia-thon, I did give her credit. I was like, yo, she held it down. She didn't see him for 30 days and didn't complain, didn't throw up any weird stories or anything. This is why the breakup is so odd to me, and that's why.
you threw me off for a second. Ever made me say Mufasa and T. Teller broke up too. You threw me off for a second, but then I realized you're talking about Aaron P. Yeah, that's Mufasa. You threw me off for a second, but now I get you. You know, we here now. I understand.
When I sent that message, I was like, I can't wait for this to end, because I'm just wondering, how does this end? Because, like, does it have to be a breakup or something that involves somebody cheating? Which is funny, because one of the rumors that started a day before this was a random page on X posted that, According to academics, there's a rumor that Gigi, Kai Cenat's girlfriend, was cheating on him with NBA YoungBoy. And man, it's like Charlemagne says, why look for the truth when the lie is more entertaining? That is one hell of an entertaining lie. But I knew that was fake because immediately when I see anything related to academics, you
expect to see it because Act talks a lot. Like if Act says some shit, you expect to see Act saying the shit.
Got to understand, you guys got to go to Grand Wizard, our Academics TV. If Academics TV doesn't have it posted, especially something news like that, you know it's not real. That's it. Like
Grand Wizard, that's crazy name still to this day. And we did our research and found out that Grand Wizard is an Asian nigga from Australia, allegedly. Called himself Grand Wizard, chat nigga. I'm gonna do y'all a favor. If I have a conversation with Act ever, that's gonna be within the first conversation. I gotta ask that nigga about that shit. Why the fuck you got some nigga that close to you call himself Grand Wizard chat nigga and you know he not a nigga? You know he not a nigga, bro. I'm gonna do that for y'all. For y'all.
That's if you're looking for, like, let's say you wanted to hear what, you know, some leader some Fuhrer in the 1930s and 40s, did that actually come from him? You go to his Ministry of Propaganda. You go to Joseph Goebbels? I don't know. I'm not German. So you go to him. And for that, Joseph is Grand Wizard in this scenario for academics. So I saw that. I was like, okay, this is fake. But it's so entertaining that it just spread everywhere and people believed it because, everybody else is saying that. And people didn't even look up the clip. You don't think a clip of academics talking about something like that would be spreading very, very fast?
Facts, not true.
But anyway, people believed it. And then the breakup happens the next day. So I'm like, wait, hold on. Was this rumor correct even though it was generated falsely? What's going on here? And I knew that this was...
Yeah, Kay, how you missed that? I showed y'all the coverage when I covered Iman Shumpert being upset with her moving on. She was like, I just want my back cracked peacefully. I want my back cracked. She said something like that. She basically said something about one of her bones being rearranged in peace because she was dating Aaron Pierre after Buddy. She was talking crazy. That type of shit. Ugh. Whew, you hear your ex-wife talking like that? If you ain't moved on properly, if you ain't been talking to your therapist, if you ain't centered, that shit make you crash out. She said that shit purposely to make that nigga go crazy. Whew. Boy, I'm just thinking, like, trying to like, think about it, the mind states that I was in when you not moved on, but you moved on. And someone was talk about they want to get their back cracked. It was some she said a better terminology than back cracked. Maybe back broke or some shit. Like she said something. She said something that if you hear your ex say, leave me alone. I just want to basically get fucked good. Leave me alone so I can focus on getting fucked good. What? Nigga, a crash out is nearby. A crash out is nearby. If you still in love, and she's saying, leave me alone so I can get fucked good. And she talking about she in a relationship with the next best thing in Hollywood. Good luck.
For real, when DDG even responded and you started to see his homies start responding, DDG says, her loss, many more heartbreaks to come as you get older. Man, that's wishing pain upon this man. He said, hey man, it's all right. There's a lot more pain coming for you while you're going through a very, very painful experience right now. Ish ain't gonna do none but make you smarter for the next chick. And then his girlfriend would actually, or his ex-girlfriend at this point, and they cannot get back together. It would be a humiliation if they get back together for both of them because nobody would trust anything that they've got to say. And she says, I left. Now you want to get on the internet and rush to paint a false narrative about me off a fake Twitter post is insane. I've never cheated on him, and you know that. I have never dealt with that man. Play that sympathetic role somewhere else, please.
Now, people were saying this wasn't towards Kai. It was towards Bree, which is Kai's assistant. Huh.
Now, this seems like it's directed at one of Kai Cenat's friends because the way that she's writing, it's like she's not writing to Kai. She's saying, I've never cheated on him. So she's talking to one of Kai Cenat's friends here. Who in particular, I don't know. And it likely could be the assistant that she's talking to because the assistant posted that emoji, which is like the wastebasket or the throwing away in the trap.
I promise y'all, all of us content creators, we're not getting a media sheet. Like we're not getting fed information from people. Some of us content creators are better than others, so we able to piece things together better than others. You know, so a lot of us end up with the same conclusions. It's like low key. I ain't gonna lie. It's like police departments. Different police departments have different ways of doing investigations, but the evidence gonna lead to the same rules, the same facts. So that's what happens a lot of times. So I didn't know he was gonna say this. It's my first time watching this shit. I didn't know he was gonna lead to that, but the evidence led to that. That's why I said that, and he followed up with that because that's how shit works. That's how shit works. So yeah, man. That's one thing I like about this shit. That's one thing I like about live streaming and covering things like this, because y'all can see what goes into mental makeup of doing this type of content.
Ash emoji. And yeah, Kai Cenat is going to play the sympathetic role, and it is going to work. Kai Cenat is beloved. This isn't some a-hole scumbag dude that people want to hate on. No, they're going to hate on you. And of course, we knew that she left. Like, what were we supposed to think? Like, Kai Cenat was like, you know what? I think it's time for us to break up now.
Men never leave. Men never leave. That's why I trolled her. I ain't gonna lie. I trolled her too. I'm sorry, guys. I admit that to y'all. I'll admit that to y'all, because since y'all watching the live stream, I'll admit that to y'all. But I posted Kai Cenat dumps his girlfriend. But men never leave. Men rarely leave. If a man leaves a girl, he had to. He had no other choice but to leave her. But we don't leave. We don't leave, dog. We leave when we're ready to leave. You feel me? For the most part, we leave when we're ready to leave. And how we leave is we let y'all dump us. And when y'all dump us, we think about, should I fight to get her back? And the man don't fight to get you back, you just got soft dumped. Whatever he did to piss you off, he didn't care. That's why he did it. All right, you feel me? If a man, ladies, okay, let's make this very clear. If a man gets dumped by you and he doesn't fight tooth and nails to get back with you, then he wanted to get dumped. He was done. All right, and you made the process easier. Because a lot of men don't know how to leave relationships. So, not saying that he did something purposefully to get dumped. But he didn't care to fight for you. So, whatever happened once he made up in his mind that he didn't care to fight for you. So, he made this something that led to you saying, I don't want to be with you anymore. And he was just like, I bet. And no follow-up. Nothing past that point. if you want to be technical, that's him dumping you. All right. I may be wrong. Not all men subscribe to that, but yeah. Fellas, I'm trying to go ahead and put some extra doubt in these women's minds. They be thinking they flawless, like they leave every man on their own. I left this nigga, I dumped him, I dumped him. Nah, now you got some extra doubt in your mind. You dump that nigga, he don't say shit to you. He ain't want to. He did everything to piss you off deliberately. He didn't give a fuck about you.
Let's be for real here. He was just. It's been months that Kai Cenat's been gone.
And my soft dump is me not talking or calling anyone, calling anymore. Soft dump, a soft dump, yeah, soft dump.
He's been doing nothing but spend time with her. I mean, this guy turned into a cameraman. He started recording vlogs for her. She's doing tours of their 5-star hotels. He turned into a backup dancer. Well, not a backup dancer, but I mean, he turned into a cast member of her own YouTube show. So I'm gonna play you guys this clip right now of her asking him for a G-Wagon for Christmas. But this is like more of a skit, so take it as you will.
Let me do it
for y'all entertainment. I'll watch this on camera for the first time with y'all, because I'll cover this, but. Crispy, it says, sometimes you gotta have the love to win. I feel you, homie. GG. Real shit.
Drum roll real quick. Yeah. No, but my cookies, I baked them fresh. This is my, Okay, I know it seems like a lot, but you're Santa Claus and you get people's stuff. Like, come on. Okay, so this is my number one gift. Description, as you can see, G-Wagon, black, pink interior. It's very detailed. I just feel like, for safety reasons, I did want a pink outside, but for safety reasons, I just feel like maybe it should be pink in the inside, so I still get that pink vibe, and then just do black on the outside and black out the windows, tinted up, like that, so can't nobody know or tell that it's me. Okay? Or that's the G-Wagon.
Nah, bro. She thought she was gonna be Kim Kardashian, bro. She thought she was gonna be the next girl, bro. She thought that. And if he didn't do what he bro, imagine a world where no one wants to admit that she's a gold digger. No one wants to say she's a gold digger. No one wants to say that. Especially women. But imagine her doing this and her not getting this shit. Like imagine that. Her doing all this shit, filming all this shit, and her not getting none of that shit. Imagine how that would look. That would look crazy, right? Like, I think this shit, I don't want to feed into this shit, but now I'm thinking more about it. Like, people may be right about the gold digging shit. Is she a gold digger? I don't know, because like, it's some women that get money, but they still want to spend somebody else's money. Are those gold diggers too? I don't know, man. I don't know.
Okay. Or we can go BMW.
I mean, I don't think she getting home money though, but like that gold digger shit is just like a title that you want to be careful. You want to be careful with the titles. I don't know if Kai want me to call his ex a gold digger. I don't know.
X6 M competition. Really nice car as well. As you can see, this one is pink. I would be okay if this one was black as well. Pink in the inside. I'm just really big on like the black outside, the black exterior, pink interior vibe. I wanted black interior, pink exterior, but for safety reasons, I just feel like, yeah. And I did pick trucks because, Atlanta has a lot of potholes and, I can't always see them. And I feel like trucks go over potholes better than cars. Are you stressed? Are you okay? You need a fan? Are you okay? Okay, calm down, simmer down. Yeah, I'm less likely to hit a curb in this car. It's safer for me. A truck is safer for me, okay? Price, not that much. Not that much. It's not that much, okay?
Belinda, what's good? How you doing, girl? Imagine being unemployed and expecting a G-Wagon. Oh, I think you found your tribe, Belinda.
I did specify that I want a big pink bow on top. Big pink one, not red, not blue, not green.
Okay. My bad. I'm sorry. But in regards to what I was saying earlier, Case say, and women leave well before they leave, and some overstay their welcome, waiting for potential. Yeah. Nova Winston on Twitch was good, but yeah, you're right about that, man. And I got, as a father in the future and as an uncle, I have to think about how I deal with it. Telling my little girls about potential. I need them, and when it comes down to that, I'm gonna need them to be honest with me, because they may find some good men with potential, but there may be some things that's blocking it, and they need to be able to diagnose it. Because potential is a real thing, man. I feel like certain ages, you go love for potential. Other ages, you need results, but you need the results to match the potential as well. Man, like I had conversations about these things for days. Like, these are some real conversations when it comes to potential. I've been that guy. I've been that guy in girls' lives when they wanted to date me based off of my potential, and I had to tell them, nah, like, no. And it may have been situations where I was like, I would say this right here, like, men, you know who you a wife, but sometimes you be like, I'm not ready to get in a committed relationship, so I can't wife right now. But you don't want to, like, lock that girl down to a certain lifestyle, or lock that girl down. You want to go ahead and let her live her life at the same time while you live your life. But when you do that, your time is ticking. So I remember having a girl at FAMU and SBI. If you know I'm talking about FAMU, I met her in that. Like, she fucked me heavy, and she like had so much of an interest in me, and I'm like, bruh, I'm just going through the motions. Right? Why you so worried about me? But she had a lot of interest in me. But eventually, she moved on, and I seen her moved on, and I felt away. And then she really moved on as far as like marriage and all that shit. I'm like, damn, she's left me alone, type of shit. So I felt the type of way, because whatever her teachings were or her mind state was, it's like, if I see potential in a man, I'm entertaining. But if he's not acting or appreciating me, trying to plant these seeds and showing X, Y, and Z what I need to show him, I'm going to move on and find what I need to find to make sure I'm nourishing me, doing the best for me. And I'm happy she did that. You know? So that potential thing is huge. It's very important. It's very important. Now, the lines get blurred when you talk about people that aren't the norm. Casanat is not the norm. She lucked up in a situation that she has to be very careful, because she doesn't want to rub him the wrong way to scare him away. Because you have a lot of people that's in his ear. You're popping. You're killing it. Make sure she loves you for you. These are the telltale signs that she loves you for you. Oh, she keeps making you be in her content. In her content, she's asking you to buy her things. These are things that's going to make a man think twice as far as, is this relationship genuine or not? So this is a slippery situation, that she's creating, I don't know if she knows that, if she knew that, but you are putting him in a position that you are showcasing him these things on camera to the point that if you don't get these things, it's going to be a problem. He has to get it now because you posted it. You showed it. We know that ain't no fucking Santa Claus. That's Kai. That's Kai right there. If Kai don't buy this shit, people are gonna clown you for doing this fucking scene, and he ain't even buy you this shit. But Kai, like, why would you put me in this position? Speculating, I don't know. But he'd be like, why would you put me in this position? But to support you, he's there. He's there. He's there. Initially, when I seen people speculating and saying this probably broke them up, I'm like, nah, this shit's so small. Like, why the fuck? This shit's so small. But in the grand scheme of things, the embarrassment that would come from this small shit is enough for a lot of relationships to break up, man. It's enough. Yeah.
I think that is gonna cost you around $50 to $100. Wait. Oh yeah. I was talking again. No. You can't get the bow without the car. How much? How much the car? Yeah. Not that much.
How much?
Not that much. I don't know. I don't know. It's not that much though. I promise. It's not that much. Like, it's not a lot. Okay? Okay. Yeah. But like I said, the bow is cheap. Like, the bow is where we're gonna. No.
But my point is that Kai Cenat has been hanging out with her, spending a bunch of time with her, spending a bunch of money on her.
Let me see what y'all saying in the chat. She can't even afford the insurance. Y'all funny. No, funny as fuck. I'm gonna leave you and tell you why. I don't got time for games. Yeah. Meet me at the best. Why would I let you drive my car and the brakes cost $2K to fix? Potential without action is like wishing on a star. Conceive, believe, achieve with someone else's money, and that guy resents you in the end. Even if he levels up, look at Kevin Hart and Tori. Whew. If she wanted him to pay for her schooling or network or a career to start, it's a whole different ball game. The last time Kai was talking about a G-Wagon, he was joking around. He kept showing a toy. As women are more inclined to move on emotion, how long they've been dating, wanting a $200K vehicle, that's crazy, man. For me, it's the extra detail in the cars which pisses me off. Wanting a nice car, okay, I guess. Wanting a G-Wagon with all pink interior and gaslighting as if it's for safety purposes. Evermay says, Kai, not a lot for me. She's a streamer too. No, she's not a streamer. She's not a streamer. She's she does YouTube videos and vlogs and stuff. She's not a streamer. So, I think she's trying to break into the world of that streaming shit, but yeah, I haven't seen her stream though. Uploads normal YouTube videos, vlogs, that's what she does. It's a distinct difference in that though.
Like a disgusting amount. I'm looking at these also. I'm pocket watching. Heavy on the pocket watching. And I'm just seeing where they're going. I'm like, dog, what the? I mean, just the private jet that they took is enough. So for him to be doing all that and to just randomly dump her and be like, yeah, you know what? I think I'm bored of our relationship. That's not something that a guy's going to do. Now, if he found out something, that's a different story. But she's saying she left. I think it makes more sense that she left. Mm-hmm. And maybe we might owe Lil TJ an apology on this one, because Lil TJ earlier, he was beefing with Kai, and he was it's playing on your screen right now. He was like, yo, go through that phone on stream, let's react. And he was saying $200 flights. So he was talking about you throwing her on $200,000 flights with all them.
Bro, I think she left because of mental health, bro.
Private jets. She was on a $200 flight to come mess with the kid. And the kid in this scenario is little TJ. And of course, this is one of my favorite pages on X. Like this is the page that ended Black Boy Max's relationship with the compilation, not Ulxa. And I'm gonna play you guys this clip of his ex-girlfriend at this point, Gigi, talking about her ideal man.
While we making the food and shit, like you could like build your
Build my name.
yeah.
How?
Like build up. You ever like seen 2K?
Huh?
Yeah, the game.
Yeah. Like build your like 2K. Like your dream.
Huh?
How I do that?
I'm gonna give you an example. Like you say like his height, his age, his weight, but
Okay. He gotta be like 6'1". What else he gotta have?
are we saying like this is realistic?
Was we not being realistic?
I mean, I was being realistic, but like.
Me too.
Okay. All right.
What you thought I was gonna say 5'9"?
Nova Winston, now I don't stream with Dream Deli. And by the way, if you want a more lit chat, my most lit chat is on YouTube, by the way. Nova Winston. YouTube, they lit right now. We lit over there. Twitch, we building up. So yeah. I'm talking to somebody that's on Twitch right now, my guys. But this is interesting. This is very, very interesting. Let's round it back a little bit.
Back together for both of
them.
Not that much.
Artists by what? Like, are we saying like
Music.
artists in like
Music.
Huh? That's a lot.
Like you could like build your
Build my name.
yeah.
Build your nigga.
Yeah, the game.
I mean, okay, so she was talking about 6'1". I'm 6'1". So I don't think it's hard to be 6'1", although that's genetics. I don't think like that's like extreme. And girls that's dated me have dated shorter men and taller men. So, you know, it's not that big of a deal.
Yeah. Like build your like 2K. Like I'm gonna give you an example. Like you say like his height, his
6'1". What else he gotta have?
are we saying like this is realistic?
Was we not being realistic?
I mean, I was being realistic, but like.
Me too.
Okay. All right.
What you thought I was gonna say 5'9"? 6'1".
I said 5'9". But you know, certain shoes 5'9", maybe like 5'10". I got homies that's 5'11". Certain shoes, they look like they the same height as me. Like real shit. I got homies that's 5'11", the same shoes, they look 6'1". Or you know what I mean? It's not that big of a deal.
Waves. I love me a little, you know, like waves. Nice body, like works out, looks nice. Light skin.
Okay. All right. Okay. Alrighty. Good God. Jesus Christ. There's nothing wrong for her saying there's nothing wrong with her saying light skin. There's nothing wrong with that. But, you know, it's very rare. It's very rare for a woman to say out loud light skin, especially if she's like brown or light skin. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's just interesting. Whew, okay. Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, man, if a man not your type, your tolerance goes lower. If a woman not my type, my tolerance goes lower. But you know, yeah.
He's an artist.
Artists by what? Like, are we saying like
Mufasa?
artists in like
Mufasa?
Music. This is my dream. Light skin makes music.
Now I don't know about you, but this looks exactly like the description is the opposite.
They son Fleming says, "Why call it like that, man?" Hey, yeah, Kyle is like dead in the screen, not looking favorable at all. But oh no,
of Kai Cenat in every way. Now this surfaced when
lifetime success was good, homie. Can't be too looks challenged. Y'all, hey, y'all think Kai Cenat is looks challenged? Y'all think Kai Cenat ugly? I mean, she wants a rapper. Y'all think Kai Cenat is ugly, man? I don't know, man. I don't be fucking knowing. He's just like a man to me. Like a man to me. I don't fucking know. I be trying to be on Twitch to support the game, but usually find myself on YouTube. Listen, man, Twitch, right at this point in time, man, Twitch is more beneficial to y'all. Cause Twitch is no ads over there. You wanna go on Twitch, you're not gonna get no ads. On YouTube, you can get ads. My lady be like, you be having ads in your videos. I be trying to watch your live stream and be cutting off. You be in the middle talking. You be in the middle of saying something and the ad come on and I can't hear what you have to say. I'm like, listen, I can't control it. But I tell them, if you don't want to see ads, go to Twitch. Go to Twitch. So if you don't want to see the ads, go to Twitch. It's right there in the description. I got y'all. But if y'all don't mind the ads, I appreciate y'all. But does Gigi think Kai Cenat's ugly?
And Kai Cenat was dating her, and he held it down. But the whole thing was, I mean, let's be real here. Like, you ask any girl, okay, like describe like the ideal man you want. None of them are saying 5'2". It's just it just is what it is. But does that mean that they're incapable of loving, a lovable guy like Kai Cenat?
Man, you ask any man they want, no man gonna say little booty. Everybody wants slim thick. Every man wants slim thick. But sometimes little booty comes. And the little booty jiggle, that shit be moving. It jiggle, it moves. She's pretty. She knows how to dress. She not dumb. Takes care of herself. She knows how to make her hair up. The little booties, they win you over too. Especially they got a little jiggle to them and shit, you feel me? Little booties can surprise you. Put the pants down, that shit pop out like pow. That shit pop out like when you pull the damn the biscuit. You put the little biscuit shit. That shit pop out. That's how the little booties be some sons. You feel me? Little booties are cool. I have no issue with little booties. And that's how people feel sometimes, bro. So you can never compare that shit to that, bro. Like, little booties, they do their thing, man. Like, chill out, bro. Chill out. We cool with little booties. Especially, she has some charisma. She's sexy. She's, she's not mean. You can be sexy. I think some people, like, a lot of ladies sometimes, they confuse, like, being sexy with being someone who has an attitude, being mean. You don't have to do that, man. You can be charismatic without having an attitude. You can just be like, cool as fuck, dog. But yeah, man. That's that. That is that. But we got a lot of things to go through tonight, man. Little booties matter. Yes, they do. Little booties do definitely matter. Gotta have them. Better get YouTube Premium for sure. Stacy, I was just yapping about the anecdotal preferences. I know. You Kay, you always help me out by giving me other different perspectives to push them envelope forward. What she said. What y'all saying over here? What y'all saying? We not done though. We are not done. I'm just looking at what y'all saying in the chat. Let me keep this thing pushing though. Okay. I reloaded. I ain't reloaded. I'm just talking shit. Should be sounding good. Alright, put this bitch down. Boom. Y'all give me a fucking kangaroo. Assholes. Okay. One day I'm gonna go through this shit. I had a podcast with my cousins. Can y'all see it on the screen? Yeah, I can see it on the screen. I had a podcast with my cousins called Talking Ish. This shit was crazy. And we was before our time. This podcast could have been very, very popular if I knew what I was doing. Because a lot of things you're talking about in this podcast is like very relevant today, in today's time. So one day I'm gonna go over these topics. Like this one right here, my cousin said, you can cheat while you're single. The fuck was that? Bullshit. Alright, one day I'm gonna go over them damn topics, bruh. I still can't believe he said that shit. You can cheat while you're single? How the fuck? How the fuck you cheat while you're single? But alright, whatever, man. Antonio Talks. I like his content because it makes me mad sometimes. So we can go over two. I want to look at the rappers selling out black community, and I also want to look at AI getting out of hand. So let's go over this one first.
Today we're going to be talking about a lot of rappers and how they are some of the biggest sellouts. The whole rap game is in shambles right now. You know, I recently did a video on the whole rap fatigue situation. It's not real, by the way, but I can say that a lot of people are tired of the mainstream rappers. And that is a whole different, reason right there. So Kodak Black, we're going to be talking about him first.
I love y'all from Africa too. I just hate the Africans who act like y'all better than love and like we y'all Africa should have never sold us, bro. Bro, people, bro, why you think slavery go good, bro? I'm not mad at slavery, bro, because white people are enslaving people too. You know what, bro? Black people, bro, we pussy as bro. I'ma say that.
Kodak, bro, have you ever opened up a history book or even did some research for yourself? The whole theory that Africans sold other Africans, bro, it is not true at all. Let's go to school right fast. This right here is a picture of Africa before it was invaded by Europeans.
Okay, I want to see this shit. You say the whole theory of Africans sold other Africans is not true at all. But bro, based on what I know, people from Benin have admitted and said, I'm sorry for their role in the slave trade.
You see, just like now, Africans didn't view all of them the same. And let me give you a better example. In Europe, you had the British, the French, the Spaniards.
If your angle is we didn't view all of us the same, that's an angle. But to say that they didn't sell each other in the slave trade, okay.
They were all white, but they didn't consider themselves all white. Africa was the same way. Now, let's go back to the picture. As you can see, there are multiple different, cliques, tribes, communities, whatever you want to call them. And by the way, Africa is extremely huge, okay? The way they put it on the map does not give it justice. Now, the same way the Europeans were battling each other and, fighting for goods, economics, whatever the reason is, the same thing was happening in Africa. So when these different tribes would battle with each other, the losers would get taken as slaves. Now, this is the thing. The slavery that was practiced during this time versus chattel slavery are completely different. Majority of the time, the slavery that was going on in Africa was pretty much like indentured servants. It was nowhere near as brutal. You could work your way out, pay your way out, and it was just a common practice at the time, not justifying it, by the way. Chattel slavery.
Okay, I don't know if you could work your way out of that. I don't know, because those are still ops. So I don't know if they could work their way out. I think there may have been a fear that people became free and they would try to kill them. They became free because they were ops and those people want to get back to their families. So I don't know. That's my natural assumption. I don't know.
On the other hand, we all know how bad and brutal it was. 400 years of that nonstop, you couldn't get out. I'm talking about we was getting aid, fed to alligators. Like, y'all know this stuff. Now, I am Black American, but I always give my props and my roots tied back to Africa. One thing I hate about a lot of these FBA dudes, or whatever you want to call them, they love flexing that 10% of European DNA. You know what I'm saying? Like, these dudes are no different from a lot of the white supremacists. They colorists. They love saying that I don't look African. Whole time they be looking African as hell. And like I said, it just seems like they're flexing that 10% of European DNA. And I want to say another thing. Contrary to belief, the Africans actually did try to fight to get us back. They don't teach you that though. Why would they?
Fortunately, the U.S. school system has done a terrible job teaching us Black history. But yes, there were literal wars over the slave trade fought between Africans and Europeans, both on the continent and in the diaspora. I'm talking centuries of wars and battles over the slave trade. And actually, African leaders did come to the United States during the Civil Rights Movement and welcomed African Americans to the continent as well.
Hello, everyone. My name is Taharka Ade, an Africologist, scholar of Africa and the African diaspora. And many of you might have heard the notion espoused that Africans never looked for other Africans that were stolen away in the Atlantic slave trade. However, the truth is that Africans searched, paid ransoms, wrote kings, wrote governors, crossed oceans, and literally risked their lives to rescue people stolen away in the European trade of enslaved Africans. Here are a few examples. King Nyambana of Sierra Leone tried to rescue 3 relatives of his sold away to the West Indies. A leader in Guinea-Bissau wrote to the King of Portugal trying to rescue someone of importance to him. And King Gezo of Dahomey sent a delegation to the Americas to rescue someone believed to be his mother, and had her returned. But it wasn't just kings and people in high places. For example, Shade Richards recalls the story of how his grandfather traveled from Africa all the way to Georgia in order to rescue his son Alfred. Though both men did not survive the journey, there's also the story of a father from Timbo who spent 4 years trying to recover his son Amado. Another story involves an ordinary man begging the governor to help free his friend Famara, as well as a young boy who had been sent away. Fathers crossing oceans, friends petitioning governors, people paying any ransom they could to return their loved ones back home. But I feel it's important to note that for ordinary Africans in this period, crossing the Atlantic to retrieve a loved one would have been very, very difficult. And many would not have survived the journey. For more information on this, including more details on the information I've shared with you in this video, I encourage you to read Fighting the Slave Trade by Sivian Juf.
Now, y'all, let's get back on the topic of rappers and selling out. Young Thug.
I feel like I always wanted to do this type of music, and then I feel like rap is in like a weird like space right now, because it's just saying like everybody beefing, and it's just like some of the biggest, two of the biggest artists in the world, like Clash, and a lot of like the fucking ripple effect that came out. Weird. I feel like it's time. I feel like we gotta like take it to the next level. We gotta level up. Like AI, it's just so much. Everything in the world leveling up except hip hop. Like niggas been like worse. Like
everything leveling up but hip hop. Maybe just your music, buddy. You know, people have, the real rappers, they've been spitting. This is the same guy that dropped the album with him having a white face. He then had a song of him spamming the N-word with the hard R. And just to add icing on the cake, once he dropped the song in the album, he hopped on a Aiden Ross stream. So he already knew the audience that he was trying to garner. Racist ass white kids talking about the rap needs to level up. Nigga, you got out of jail and started dropping bullshit. Now another rapper, y'all, 21 Savage. He started this whole movement on Twitter Twitter that I can kind of get behind, but I'm gonna just explain my problem with it. So for one, he went on Twitter and basically started telling like a lot of people to squash their beef. As you can see, he added Gunna and Young Thug. He said, y'all fix that. Y'all love each other. You knew Gunna wasn't no gangster when he told the first time and we swept it under the rug for you. You knew he wasn't trying to leave you to hang. If the streets, we ain't get nothing but trauma from that. Over 48,000 likes. He also added Quavo and Offset. Y'all tell the world I put y'all in a group text and told y'all squash it before it even got far. If y'all was still together, y'all would be unstoppable. And you know, he just went on a whole, like, I guess trying to make peace with everybody. Future, I apologize, my brother, I should have called you first, yada, yada, yada. I mean, it's a good thing, but it just feels performative. Like, why would you bring this to Twitter? Like, just keep it in, you know? And he said something interesting in that Young Thug tweet. He said, F the streets. He started a whole movement, a whole bunch of rappers started, you know, saying the same thing. We had G Herbo, Pooh Shiesty, Young Thug even said this. And it's a cool movement to get behind, but words without actions mean nothing. And I'm gonna be so 100. If y'all saying F the streets, what are y'all going to rap about now? 21 Savage, what are you going to rap about now? You know, I don't want to hear you rapping about shooting nobody after this.
Fuck that, I do. Just package it the right way. Please, package it the right way. Please say, this is how I felt before. I was delivered. And now, I don't rap about that anymore. Now, I rap about this in one album. But please tell me, I need that. Pause. I gotta have that. I'm not in the gym listening to no pussy ass music. I need gangster shit. I gotta have it. You feel me? It's like when niggas watch Boys in the Hood, they understand the cautionary tale. Menace to Society, they understand the cautionary tale. The rap music should come packaged as a cautionary tale. That's it. It's a simple transition. Package it as a cautionary tale. You could paint the picture, tell the story, get ferocious, but still package it as a cautionary tale. Simple. Niggas that write Harry Potter, although we don't have superpowers, they don't want people to use the superpowers that's bad. But you have villains in the story. Marvel, villains in the story. All these stories, people paint, talking pictures and shit. Got villains and shit. And I think people like I think people will understand if you paint the picture as far as like I was this before and I grew out of that shit, you know. But you paint the picture, tell the story. It's good, man. I think I don't give away ideas, but I got ideas as far as how people can simplify these situations to like albums and it still can eat for a nigga whole career. One day in my life, I wish I could be at A&R for a record company. So I'm not gonna get the details out. But yeah, I can see how it can happen. None of that good shit.
Say this carefully because I know how the internet gets. But when rappers, especially mainstream rappers, start saying fuck the streets, I think that's lazy and I think it's dangerous. Not because the streets are good, not because the streets don't destroy lives, but because words without plans don't liberate people, they abandon them.
Hey, preach, my brother. You know what I'm saying? Preach, my brother. That's what I was trying to articulate the best way, because I don't want to sound ignorant. Oh,
damn, my bad. I did not think this video was gonna be about this shit though. I just seen rappers selling out the black community. I didn't think it was gonna be about the fuck the street shit. My bad. Cause we went back to the same topic. My bad, y'all.
You out here advocating? No, it's not that's not the point. It's like y'all ain't I can say don't do something, but then I still do it, that don't mean that I'm making a change. You know what I'm saying?
Here's the problem. When a rapper who's made it out says fuck the streets, the message doesn't land on politicians, city council, or systems. It lands on the kids still in it. And to them, it doesn't sound like growth. It sounds like I got mine, you're on your
Literally.
own. That's different from accountability. That's disassociation. And disassociation feels empowering to the person who was.
Instead, tell them like, it's other ways out the street instead of what I was rapping about. But you are, like I say, you done got yours, now you getting up out. Like, no. Like G Herbo talking about F the streets, bruh. You damn near made the whole drill era, my boy. Come on, man. That shit is so disingenuous, bruh.
Escape, but devastation.
No, that's not how you dress it, bruh. That's not how you dress it. You don't dress it saying you damn near made the whole drill era. That's wrong terminology to use, because if someone builds something up, that person needs to be the person to lead the people to a different direction. They're not going to respect squares. The people that follow the movement, they won't respect squares. They won't respect lanes. You or anybody else that did not live that life, they won't respect you. You can't go into their area and tell them what they're doing is wrong. They're gonna say, fuck out of here. They may whoop your ass. Man, listen, it ain't gonna work. You need them people that live the lifestyle to stay up the streets. You need them to say something. If it's not fuck the streets, and I agree that may be very, very harsh. And it may not reflect the actual message that want to be portrayed. But you want people to say, like, yeah, we gotta fix this mentality. The street mentality. But y'all niggas, if you not 10 toes down, or have been 10 toes down, living that lifestyle, and in that mud, you're not going to be respected. You're not. Like it just, that's how the dice rolls, man.
Stating to the people still trapped, because now the streets aren't just dangerous, they're worthless. And once you tell people they're worthless, they stop trying.
So no, G Herbo wasn't big in drill music anyway. LOL. Ace, get your rest, K. Appreciate you. Happy 26, everybody. Its overall message talks about coming from the worst to the best. No, G Herbo wasn't big in drill anyway. Okay, but in relativity though, like, do you think in relativity, is he big enough to push the message out that they was initially saying, and it would have reached the people they thought it was going to reach? That's my thoughts.
To protect anything. That's how you get more violence, not less. Here's the other issue. Fuck the streets sounds revolutionary, but it actually avoids responsibility.
PG was good.
It skips the hard part. The hard part is saying I survived something broken, and now I have a responsibility not to romanticize it or abandon it. There's a difference between rejecting lifestyles and rejecting the people shaped by it. You can say, I don't glorify street culture anymore. That's growth. Right. You can say, I don't want kids thinking this is the only way. That's leadership.
Right.
But when you just say, fuck the streets with no follow-up, no plan, no framework, that's not wisdom. That's a mic drop with no cleanup.
But I ain't gonna lie, bro. I ain't gonna lie, bro. I think this being performative. I think you niggas are being performative. Because y'all know this shit was needed. Y'all been saying, why Young Thug acting this way? Why he moving that way? Why? And 21 Savage in the damn jail phone calls was trying to tell Young Thug, and y'all know what he was trying to do. Y'all may not agree. Y'all think it was you may think it was passive aggressive. But 21 Savage was trying to tell the nigga, hey, don't do that. Don't do that to Gunna. Because Gunna wasn't trying to move that way. He was trying to tell him. Time proceeded. Young Thug did what he did. But we heard 21 Savage wasn't on the same page with Young Thug. Time proceeded. His albums ain't sell that well. The last album, it ain't sell that well. Thug shit ain't sell that well. Lil Baby, the leaks ain't sell as well as the initial album he dropped earlier this year, but you don't have to count Lil Baby shit. But 21 Savage shit came out, and you're like, bruh, this shit ain't selling that well. I think personally, I think I may be wrong, that he started to address these niggas on the timeline like, yo, I told y'all niggas how this shit was gonna affect you, and now this shit affecting me. Because he did an interview with Big Banks. And I don't think that shit hurt him, but it'll help him. You know? And he helped him. But a nigga wasn't on no ignorant shit. The whole damn time. He was never on ignorant shit. His position was initially to Young Thug. Lil Durk jumped the gun. Lil Baby jumped the gun. You shouldn't treat Gunna that way. And to ease Thug's mind, he told him, basically, hey, extort him. If you want to move this way, just make him move, do these things, because, you know, it'll be easier for you. But all in all, how the shit proceeded to be, it's 21 Savage was like trying to sweep things under the rug. But other positions, he was telling niggas stand on gangster shit. Woody woo. But your own homies was to sweep things under the rug for business wise. So it looked crazy. It looked crazy as hell. I ain't gonna lie to that. I lie about that. It looked crazy as hell. 100% crazy as hell. But I don't give a fuck. I don't care. I don't care. It's optics. If he was snitching, that'd be different. I'll say you a fucking coward. I don't like cowards. But from what I'm saying, it's a nigga saying, bruh, I'm doing business with these hoe ass niggas in this damn industry. Keep doing business with these niggas. It is what it is, man. This shit ain't gonna affect my business. But y'all may say different. Y'all may not respect. You guys may not respect that shit. But tomorrow, or maybe not tomorrow, or maybe day after that, or maybe not. But one of these days, y'all about to go back to working for y'all hoe ass balls that you don't respect. You know? So that's why I be like, man, shut the fuck up. I don't respect certain things as far as how people take the high ground, more high ground on certain things. But especially when I've been in certain situations, TG, thank you for being in the chat, my boy. Especially when I've been in certain situations when I had to look at one road in comparison to the other and had to decide as far as like what road I want to take. You know? I chose my road. So I especially don't feel those type of ways when people want to act, you know, bigger than who they are, or realer than what they may be perceived to be in life, as far as what they experience and shit is, man. You know, life comes with consequences and decisions you got to make in this shit, dog. I think this ain't a tough one. Do whatever you're gonna do to make sure your life is gonna be good, your family gonna be good.
And we've seen better ways to do this, real examples. You don't have to fund every block to be responsible. You don't have to save everybody. But you can redirect without shitting on people. Some artists stop using street talk in their music entirely and pivot to ownership, business, and family narratives. That's silent leadership.
What artists? Name the artist. Jay-Z? What artists?
Invest in trade programs, recording studios, or local businesses that hire people who would otherwise be written off. That's practical help. Some mentor behind the scenes.
So he still wants to hear it, but he wants to hear that shit sound sexy.
And never post it. That's maturity. Notice what they don't do.
What you say?
They and never off. That's practical help. Some mentor behind the scenes and never post it.
Mentor behind the scenes, okay? For sure.
That's maturity. Notice what they don't do. They don't insult the environment that shaped them just to prove they've outgrown it. Because growth doesn't require disrespect. Growth requires replacement. If you're done with the streets, cool. But what are you replacing them with?
Man, all right. Thank you. My bad. I've been rambling for hours. My bad. My point I want to make is that, bruh, these niggas simply just trying to meet the streets with the energy that they felt was necessary. That's why Savage said what he said. All right. So let me go ahead and land that plane properly. All right. So all right. Savage is saying fuck the streets because he's thinking that if I attack the streets with the same energy that I gave it, it will resonate and it will make sense. Fuck the streets. It's very flagrant. It's disrespectful. If I'm trying to say fuck the mentality, I want to meet that shit to make people feel like I don't want to deal with it in the same way that I would say fuck this nigga, fuck that nigga, woody woody woo. It's the same shit. He's not saying in what you saying earlier as far as for the people, for the movement. He's trying to match the energy that he portrays when he's supporting or glorifying the streets with fuck the streets. And you may say it doesn't make sense. That's perfectly fine. I agree with you as far as saying that doesn't match. How can you say that, but you say this? How could you say that and then expect people to get off of that feeling, off of that emotion as quickly as you want them to be, especially after you've been pushing that emotion for years? I get it 100%. But it's not what y'all trying to portray the shit to be as far as him saying what he's trying to say, bro. If a nigga's saying fuck the streets, and the nigga is from the hood, but you guys trying to create all these damn angles about the shit, the nigga just trying to say, bruh, fuck that shit. We not on that shit right now. It's so simple to me, bruh. Like, sometimes when I see the things people harp over, bruh, I be like, man, I don't want to talk no more. I don't want to talk to anybody because the things y'all be so focused on is so. I'm trying to find the terminology I want to use. It's not beneficial towards the position I'm trying to reach in my life. So when I see certain things, I'm like, bruh, that shit just lip service. That shit would not help me. That shit right there is just like trying to chase the money, trying to chase bags. I think that's why a lot of conversations come from, especially like on the social media. Especially like I see things like people talking like that, bro. I'm not like, no offense to homie. I think I'll be friends with a nigga like bro over here to the right hand side. Like he a cool ass nigga. But how bro talking, I would never have a conversation with this nigga. Him? Yeah. He's very sensible and he's very diverse. He's very versatile. But what I'm hearing from bro, like, bro, I won't have no conversation with you. But sometimes I sacrifice my platform to platform niggas that I will never talk to. I'll never get you a perspective from. And once again, it has nothing to do with him personally. But once I hear you saying some certain shit, bro, I'm like, bro, what the fuck?
What's the alternative you're offering? Because tearing down an identity without offering a new one creates confusion. And confused people don't heal, they spiral. So no, the answer isn't stay loyal to the streets. And it's not fuck the streets either. The answer is I understand where I came from. I understand why it's broken, and I'm intentional about not feeding the cycle. And that's how you evolve without erasing people. That's how you escape without slamming the door behind you. And that's how influence actually becomes leadership.
Listen, my message to all of my young black men, bro, stop looking up to all of these entertainers, you know, shit, even content creators. There are so many ways to make it in America, bro. You know, you can go get you a trade, becoming a plumber, electrician. Like, college is great. Don't let anybody tell you that shit, bro. Like, it's so many ways to get it, man. I do videos all the time highlighting a lot of positivity within the black community, man. I've been seeing so many black pilots, black doctors, black dentists, and it's like, bro, we can do anything, man. Our ancestors fought for us to do this shit. No more talking, though, man. If y'all want to see something similar to this, go check out this video.
I have no problem with what he said. I was overwhelmed with so much stupid shit. So if y'all want to fuck with homie, gotta say, go show love the bro. All right, that's what I'm gonna say right there. But this shit is annoying. All right.
See, I got a homie that's a billion.
They say the truth about YNs. It's happening this right here. The truth about YNs.
See, I got a homie that's a billionaire, and I be trying to explain it to him, like, if your mom ain't on crack, or if she got a job and she doing 8 hours a day, and your daddy in the graveyard in the jail cell, who the fuck gonna babysit?
Now, first and foremost, this is not one of those black fatigue videos. So if you clicked on this video thinking I'm about to stroke your racist ego, wrong video, pal. See, one thing about me, man, I'm always gonna give the black perspective. Most times, a lot of these media outlets just run with the same narrative that comes from people that aren't even in these situations. And this is why we need more black media outlets, okay? Now, today we're gonna be talking about YNs. Just think of someone like King Von or any other hood dude. That is what a YN stands for. I wanna bring up that I also do not support degeneracy. I do feel like in order for us to reach our full potential, we gotta have a set of moral codes that is the standard and everyone should follow. But before we even get to that point, we gotta address why things are so f***ed up.
They called it the projects. They put us in projects.
So I recently copped a new book, The Color of Law. This is a book that goes deep into topics like redlining and also just other racist tactics that have been used and are still being used today. Something that I found interesting though in this book was public housing, or what we know today as the projects, originally was not intended for black people. It was for working and lower middle class white folk. Now fast forward to today and the demographic of the public housing looks entirely different. Now this wasn't by accident, it was by design. See, with things such as the urban renewal and redlining, most white families ended up moving to the suburbs and the black folks went to public housing.
A boy last week, who was 16 in San Francisco, told me on television, thank God we got him to talk. Maybe somebody will start to listen.
That's a gay dude.
He said, I got no country, I've got no flag. Now he's only 16 years old. And I couldn't say you do. I don't have any evidence to prove that he does. They were tearing down his house because San Francisco is engaging, as most northern cities now are engaged, in something called urban renewal, which means moving the Negroes out. It means Negro removal. That is what it means.
So, the projects. It's in the name. The project. Just imagine you stick a bunch of poor people in overcrowded areas with the little to no jobs in the area, horrible food choices, with drugs and guns everywhere. What do you think is going to happen?
Stats. Black people commit about 6,000 murders a year. 98% of it is against other black people. That's 6,000 murderers. The chance that you get struck by lightning is probably more than getting murdered by a black man. It's concentrated areas of poverty and violence. When I was a police officer, I noticed that white crime and poverty go together like black crime and poverty. The only difference is gang-related violence, which make black people go up another notch. Right. But when you talk about abandoning children, meaning fatherless homes, when you talk about people using violence, killing each other, stabbing each other, robbing, stealing, white people had the same rate of some of this stuff as when I grew up. White neighborhoods are still places you don't want to live. The poor, impoverished white neighborhoods. People that
niggas telling so much the truth. My bad, I called him a coon earlier because of his past transgressions. Because he got a lot of coon built up in him. So maybe he's trying to atone for his coonish ways.
don't understand that because they never actually patrolled and lived anywhere other than some little small area where they only had negative experiences with black people. They really don't understand the totality of what we're really looking at here.
That was a statement from one of the biggest black conservatives on the internet, Officer Tatum. He said that out of his mouth. What are we talking about? Now, I want to piggyback off one of his talking points where he said, the majority of black people aren't murdering people. Yes, most people living in the hood or the projects aren't doing any crimes. But what tends to happen is you get infected by your environment. If you're waking up every day seeing the same thing over and over, it might just rub off on you. It's the same way when we see a lot of these black kids that live in the suburbs. You'll literally hear people tease them because they're talking white, but everyone is just a product of their environment. Now let's go back to around the 60s and the 70s. The projects, they weren't really that bad, and this was because we had groups around such as the Black Panthers and other prominent black leaders within the community. Now let's bring up Richard Nixon. And I know Ronald Reagan gets a lot of hate, but Richard Nixon should get the same amount. Now I say this all the time, but black unity has always been a threat. I'm going to read you words verbatim from his.
Would I rather live next to a crack house or a trailer park? Same thing. A crack house. Based on experience, I'm okay. I live closest to a crack house for trailer parks. I can tell you what crack houses are, and a trailer park, same neighborhood. Crack house.
Aid. The Nixon campaign in 1968 and the Nixon White House after that had two enemies, the anti-war left and black people. You understand what I'm saying? We knew we couldn't make it illegal to be either against the war or black, but by getting the public to associate the hippies with marijuana and the blacks with heroin, they criminalized them both heavily, we could disrupt those communities. We could arrest their leaders, raid their homes, break up their meetings, and vilify them night after night on the evening news. Did we know we were lying about the drugs? Of course we did. Just gotta let that sink in right fast.
Y'all niggas brainwashed. They just wanna rap and hoop. Could've been a lawyer until they came and shackled you.
One thing I love about, a lot of us that are living in Black America, we go through a lot of the same things, no matter the area. I'm from South Carolina, man, and just growing up, everybody literally thought the only way out was by playing basketball, football, or rapping. And ball has always been life, man. That's all we did in the neighborhood, bro, play football and play basketball. But I do wish a lot of us would have dabbled into other things. A lot of these young athletes are very smart. They could have been a lawyer, they could have been a doctor, they could have been, anything big. But instead, they put all their eggs into sports. And I don't want to crush anybody's dreams, but let's be realistic, bro. You're under 6 foot. You not really doing too good in high school basketball. I don't think you're going to the NBA. Let's look at other options. But let's say you grew up doing other activities. You was in robotics.
TG says on the house next to mine was a crack house in Bunch Park. We was in between the trap and crack house. That's crazy thing about going it, bro. Yeah, man. That's a lot of realities in Upward Miami-Dade, bro. Like Bunch Park, Carol City. People look at our situations like that's what dope boys move to when they got a little bad. You let the city with brown subs, or if you was a Haitian, you was a Zoe, you found a house like upper in that area. Other Zoes, they'll go to North Miami. But my OG, she went to Carol City. She moved to Carol City. I appreciate it so much. Like I think sometimes I am like jealous of those that grew up in North Miami Beach, but I am appreciative of being from Carol City because I grew up right next to my dad in Carol City. My mom, her high school was Edison. That's what a lot of Haitians went to. My dad, who is FBA, he went to Carol City. And that's what one of the FBAs went to. So I was happy to grow up in Carol City and appreciate that culture, the chief culture, the Black American culture in Carol City, But it's a lot of things that came with that. Did I experience it? As far as the worst things? No. I think my sister did. She's the oldest. And that's when shit was really bad. My brother a little bit, but as of today, I love Carol City. That's home. CC till I die.
robotics, you was in STEM programs, you were in reading clubs, chess clubs. You in these clubs at a young age are already opening doors and giving you a higher chance of success than, you know, the sports. Now, don't get me wrong, playing sports does have its positive. It keeps you out of trouble, you're getting physically active, and it's building community, you're having fun with your friends. But what we really have to start doing is telling the youth that this isn't guaranteed. And you know, some of them may perceive this as hating, but you're just being honest. Most likely, you're not going to make it to any of these big leagues. Now, this is where we have to study the failed athlete to street dude pipeline. If you go on Facebook right now and look up,
I'm on 9, bruh. 205 and 37th Avenue. You right away. God damn. We're in the Bajas. God damn. We're in the Bajas, bruh. God damn. You really even curiosity, bruh. Sheesh. Shout out to Lil J, man.
Up some of the most notable athletes you went to high school with, they might be on the block right now. You know what I'm saying? Growing up, they only had one plan in mind: get to the NBA, get to the NFL. And once their biggest dream and their main goal failed, they had nothing to fall back on and went to the only thing that they grew up knowing: the streets. Now, let's shift our focus to, you know, the rappers and young kids wanting to be like them. I feel like we need to make a distinction between rap and drill rap because it is entirely different. Rap, even though a lot of them talk about the streets, it's storytelling or, you know, things that they came from. While on the other hand, drill is like low-key on some straight up, we just killing each other and we gonna talk about it. But my thing is, man, a lot of these young kids, they're looking up to these rappers, drill rappers in particular. And you know, as a young person looking at these dudes, you may be easily influenced by them. But the crazy thing is, y'all, most of these rappers aren't even living that lifestyle.
Oh, we're gonna die! Run, nigga! Hold on, where's your
Homie said he for sure from Carol City. Said yes, sir. I'm from the Bajas for real though. around that way. Run around that way in the Bajas for real though, man. Yeah, bro. I'm Carol City bro. All I know is Carol City, except when I left for college. I left for college, went to Tallahassee. Left for college and went to Tallahassee for a little bit. Then went to Orlando for the next month. I finished in Orlando, but came right back to Carol City. All I know is Carol City. Lived in multiple homes. Owned a home in Carol City myself too. I love Carol City, man. I love Carol City.
gun? Oh, yeah. Y'all niggas is involved now.
I speak a little bit. I speak a little bit Creole. I speak a little bit of Creole. And a little bit Creole. That's it. But yeah, dad's side, American, Haitian. Mom's side, Haitian, lived in Bahamas, but my family was a Haitian family in the Bahamas. That's how my shit break down. Feel me? You in the family, you too? Oh yeah, you did. You just like me, bruh. You in the family, you just like me, bruh. Just like me, dog. That's crazy.
How you gonna drop the gun, Gangstalicious? That is not gangster. That's very not gangster. Man, I can't believe this. You a fraud.
Oh, I'm a fraud. You scared too?
I'm 8.
Okay, fine, whatever. I'm a fraud. I'm just an average, normal dude. I don't want to do this stupid shit no more. I'm tired of getting shot. Help.
It's like...
Yeah, Zoe sound blonde. C'est ça blonde, blondie. I can't even say this shit right now. Blondie law, some shit like that, man. They pick on me. They call me blonde, yank, all that shit, man. Blonde, blondie lie, all that shit like that. They pick on me, man.
Going to heaven and finding God smoking crack.
So it's crazy because they're talking about doing all this crazy stuff in the streets, shooting this person, doing this and that to another black man, by the way. That ends up influencing you to do it. Now you in jail. Whole time they wasn't even doing it for real. They were just talking about it for the money. And we see how that influences, you know, the hood so much. Now, I also don't want to put the entire blame on rappers because even rappers, you know, a lot of the things they talk about, money, fast cars, houses, yachts, they're literally just rapping about what America already perpetrates. Capital.
And I want to say this shit though. Zoe's picking me right now, but let me let me blow. Let me blow. Let me blow and like go like crazy in my career. Zoe's would be like, he Haitian. Me on my level right now, they be like, oh, his mama Haitian, he not Haitian. Or let me blow and be someone that's respectable. They be like, oh, he Haitian. Nigga, they was claiming Future. They never heard Future say one word in Creole. They never heard Future say one word in Creole. And they was claiming Future, bro. I got full blood in me. And some Zoes are still not claiming me, bro. That shit crazy because I don't speak 100% fluent Creole. But let me blow and be a mainstay act. They'll be like, oh, he Haitian. He Haitian. That shit crazy. That's just how shit work, though. I love my people, though. I love my people. One thing you will never get from me is disparaging rumors about my Haitian people. I love my people. And I love my people just as much as I love my FBA people. I love Black Americans as well. You will never get me on any camera to disparage Black Americans or Haitians ever. Ever. And once again, you guys don't know, to be specific, my family plant their flags in Bahamas. So we were a Bahamian family on my mom's side. For y'all that want to know, for arguments in the future, because I know how shit go. People be fussing and fighting on social media about people they fuck with. For y'all to be armed with resources. My mom's side, they were a Bahamian family I'm sorry. A Haitian family in the Bahamas. All right. So, yeah, that's how that goes, you know. But yeah, Mom, Zoe, Dad, Yank, woody.
And having a lot of money.
You want to start a fundraiser with no cause? Cause, nigga. I'm the cause. Cause I want a house. Cause I want a yacht. Cause I want to get this guap, nigga. That's the cause.
Now let's bring up Richard Nixon again, because this was literally his plan. Richard Nixon viewed an uncontrolled Black Power movement.
Hold on, he said what? Hold on.
About
I want to make sure I got understanding what we got going on both sides, man. The man graduated from FAMU. Whole ass, about to see it different. Man. Hey, Sharif, where you from, bro? Sharif smoke a leaf. It is what it is. I'm running shit, though.
What America already perpetrates. Capitalism and having a lot of money.
You want to start a fundraiser with no cause? Cause, nigga. I'm the cause. Cause I want a house. Cause I want a yacht. Cause I want to get this guap, nigga. That's the cause.
Now let's bring up Richard Nixon again, because this was literally his plan. Richard Nixon viewed an uncontrolled Black Power movement as a major threat to the internal security of the United States during the late 1960s and early 1970s. To address the situation, Nixon developed his Black Capitalism Initiative. The Nixon presidency offered African Americans the notion of Black capitalism as an incentive to move away from the notion of burn, baby, burn. See, Nixon was so smart. He wanted to break up the community aspect and push for individualism and for own self's gain. Nixon has succeeded. This is why we have Jay-Z's and no more Fred Hamptons, Malcolm X's, man. He won.
They told us if we go to jail, we would be respected. They told us if we make a sale, we would run a check-in.
Now let's talk about a lot of the OGs within the Black community. The 30-40-year-olds that still gang banging, still trying to sell drugs, all this other nonsense. Although they were once those young kids that we talked about in the beginning, they never got their act together, which is the whole plan at the end of the day. These dudes are further, instilling the nonsense and the ignorant behavior that the youth is doing in the community. They're the ones telling you, don't snitch snitch, stick to the street code. Oh, sell these drugs. Oh, do this to this person. So I want to bring up the movie Who Cloned Tyrone, man. Amazing film, by the way, and I want to do a full breakdown, maybe on another channel or something like that. Let me know if you want to see it. But in that movie, it shows how certain people are needed for the dysfunction in the black community to continue. So there were two mainly, the pimp and the gang member. Anytime they got killed, they were cloned and put back into the community to keep up further destruction. Think about if a lot of these younger kids had better role models. There are countless alternatives that these kids just don't even know about.
You can get your first gun at 6 years old, for sure.
How does a 6-year-old get a gun in Baltimore?
I mean, it's easy. It's super easy. Probably by your brother.
I came into his life 2 years ago, going on 3. He was a little menace around here. There's not a gun you can ask him about he don't know about. Always carry guns, right? One day, you tell him what happened.
I seen him walking up the street with all these brothers for real. They was talking to me, they gave me a lot of money and stuff. I went home, busted down with my peoples for real. He had told me to come back later on to come see him for real. Boom. I came back later on that day, had a gun on me. All the older dudes, they was showing me.
Hey man, I ain't gonna lie to y'all. Bro. This shit boring. Fuck it. I'm in his live stream like this, bro. I'm about to end his live stream. I may hop back on tomorrow.
In 1980, Miami truly was Vice.
So fuck that. I'm gonna end this shit on some Miami shit, dog. And I might eat on the live stream too. So this right here, I'm gonna play this shit. And I might come back and just eat. Watch this shit with y'all. I got some food about to pull up in a second. Yeah. I might just watch this shit with y'all, man. Want some just chill shit, man. Want some chill shit, dog. Alright. So it says inside Miami's most notorious neighborhood. Y'all know what's going on. Let's tap in, but man, all the other fuck shit, it's a dub.
And refugee capital.
It was real rough up here at one time. I had to go to the house about 5 o'clock.
TG says, we're not doing the Wednesday live. Dog, the win. What the fuck, man? Oh my bad, y'all. I'm tripping. I can't do the. God damn it. My bad, folks. My bad. But the Wednesday live, it's so I can't do it because it throws my whole week off. Like, I want to get up at 5 o'clock in the morning every single day. So it throws my whole week off. So what I'm gonna have to start doing is I'm gonna test this shit for 2 weeks. I'm gonna start doing like 2 p.m. lives. Y'all not gonna get it right now. In the future, you may understand it, but 2 p.m. lives. All right, I'm testing it. I have a idea behind it. I probably shouldn't have said it right here, so other people may steal that shit. But that's my New Year plan. All right, 2 p.m. lives, and y'all gonna see. All right. Bet.
But what's it like today?
We're not used to seeing light-skinned brothers like you walking around here like that.
Change has been tremendous, man, and it's gotten better all over.
Yeah, I've been shot, I've been stabbed.
If they want to be like gangbangers, I say, stay out the street, just play some football.
Get the fuck off.
This is my grandma's house. She had all the damn chickens in Little Haiti.
We went to Liberty City, its most dangerous neighborhood, to find out, and ended up in the projects where they shot the movie Moonlight, which are now abandoned. Come with us to Miami's hoods. Before getting to Liberty City, our first stop was Little Haiti. Little Haiti is located right next door to Liberty City and is also one of Miami's poorest and most dangerous neighborhoods. Though, like the rest of Miami, it's rapidly gentrifying.
Yeah, we from Haiti.
Do you like it here?
Miami?
Yes.
I like it, my country.
You like? What's your country? Haiti or the U.S.?
Haiti.
Haiti?
Yes.
Haiti.
I like it, Miami.
You like Miami too?
Yeah.
Roughly half of America's Haitians live in Florida.
Do you like it here?
Yeah.
I love it here. This is where I grew up and this is where my kids grew up.
They first arrived in Miami on boats in the 1970s. And at one point, there were so many Haitians coming over that the government set up a refugee camp on Guantanamo.
My country is rich, man. You see Clinton?
Yeah.
The earthquake, he take everything. He made my country just like this. Gold, diamond. My country is rich. US take, Canadian take, French take.
We left Little Haiti and continued driving into the historic Liberty City, where our interview attempts got off to a rough start.
Hey, we're making a YouTube video, getting on where Moonlight was filmed.
How? Somebody just got killed over here.
We go all around the country.
Get the fuck away from me. Get the fuck away from me. Go over there with the motherfucking shooters in. They got houses and boats and cars. And you know where you at? You know where you at? You know where you at?
Liberty City?
Come here, boy. I'm gonna tell you what the white man telling us.
Okay.
You know where you at?
All right, so I just went up to that group on the corner in front of the store, and they were not happy.
Told your fuck ass, get the fuck on. That's what happened. They told your whole ass get the fuck on.
Happy?
Hey man, start recording.
But then we started talking to more residents and quickly realized there was another side to Miami's most dangerous neighborhood.
They got houses and boats and cars. And you know where you at? You know where you at? You know where you at?
Liberty City?
Come here, boy. I'm gonna tell you what the white man telling us.
Okay.
You know where you at?
All right, so I just went up to that group on the corner in front of the store, and they were not happy.
Hey man, start recording.
But then we started talking to more residents and quickly realized there was another side to Miami's most dangerous neighborhood.
What's your name?
Everett. Old man, 68 years old.
How long have you lived in Liberty City?
All my life.
How has it changed in your life?
Massively. It was real rough up there at one time. It was one time you had to go to the house about 5 o'clock because they started shooting at 6. Shooting.
It looks like they're adding some new buildings there. Are they gentrifying this neighborhood, and do you think that's like a good or a bad thing?
Yeah, we all are. I'm doing that. My partner's hotel.
Hotel?
Yeah. 17 rooms. I don't rent them out as hotels because a lot of people right here on low income. So I rent them out as apartments to them.
How much a month?
600.
It just is what it is, man. That shit sucks, dog.
You cannot walk down this street.
It would have been, this street would have been that dangerous.
It's like New York. Hey, what's up?
It's worse than New York.
Everybody knows.
What is that?
See how you slow it down?
Yeah.
But I thought you was buying drugs.
Like, what were the peak cocaine days like?
Y'all ain't even peak, bruh. Peak over there, man. It's like, man, it's Miami, dog. Hoes on the ass everywhere you go, bruh.
Yeah.
Hotel, motel, it's on the ass, bruh. That funds the shit. That funds everything, bruh. People assume we got the best looking bitches, bro. Real talk. So like niggas that living that lifestyle, bro. Like you maximize your money from selling these hoes, bro. The weed, that shit trash. Ain't no money in that shit. Ain't no money in selling dope down here, bro. Ain't no money in that bitch. You gotta either like sell hard drugs or participate in this shit as far as like selling these hoes.
But I thought you was buying drugs.
Like, what were the peak cocaine days like in Miami?
It was wild. They be running to you, give me a dime. Give me $1. You got 50 cents. Because everybody was on drugs and the drugs was running everybody crazy.
Did you ever get into drugs or did you always stay clean?
No, I was a hard worker. And after I got through working, I saved my money. I bought that building. I got like others around, you know. That's inspiring.
Yeah, I try to inspire my friends around me.
Yeah.
You can make it without drugs. You can make it without killing and robbing.
Yeah.
Just got to believe in yourself and go to church every Sunday. And don't be scared to pray to God because the law is real. A lot of people don't believe in God. I was one of the ones in my young days didn't believe in God.
What made you believe in God?
The guys was robbing, and I was running from them. And they started shooting. You know, from running, I couldn't tell I was hurting. And I thought those was bullets inside me. When I finally got clear, I didn't have a bullet in me.
Miami has, as Big E told us, become drastically safer in the last few decades. In fact, it's been one of the most amazing city turnaround stories in American history.
This is the problem. It's a lot of narcotics.
Drive through certain sections of South Florida and you will find people willing to sell you drugs. Heroin, cocaine, and the most popular these days, crack cocaine. You don't even have to get out of your car.
Today, it's arguably the most thriving American city and has a murder rate that's 1/5 of Chicago's and DC's today. And more importantly, 1/12 of what it was in the 1980s during its cocaine cowboy days as depicted in Miami Vice and Scarface.
I love that, man.
Say hello to my little friend.
Now it's much safer, though still far from perfect.
You in the heart of Dade County, Liberty City, right here. Ain't nowhere good to stay down here. If you're not looking for trouble, or you're not looking for nobody to mess with you, this is the wrong place to stay. I'm actually a local artist from here too. You want to hear something?
Yeah.
I can.
Sure, this is his music.
I ain't gonna lie. I'll keep it with y'all. I don't like when niggas try to make the area sound crazier, dangerous, and then promote the music. I don't like that, bro. I don't like it, bro. That means you trying to promote that you came up in a dangerous place, dog. Stop disrespecting the viewers, bro. If the music's good, the music good. They gonna fuck with it, bro. That's it. They gonna fuck with it. They fuck with it. They gonna do their damn deep dives in history. Just make that shit on point. Make sure it's on point. That's all I gotta say about that. But all you know right now, man, unless it is a situation where y'all agreed and for whatever reason she lost consciousness and she told you if she lose consciousness, handle up. You fucking up, man.
Talk to it, okay?
They call me Deposit.
They call you what?
Deposit.
Deposit? Why deposit?
Deposit check. You gotta be cautious. Everybody out to get some money somewhere. A lot of people on the street.
Has this neighborhood gotten better in your life?
Oh yeah. I say when I was a jit or when I was a little younger, you know, it was a little rougher than.
What was that word, a jit?
That's it. Like, you know, that's a Miami word we call young kids or somebody younger than you.
What do you do for work?
I do construction. I don't feel like looking over my shoulder selling dope just to get the money.
What time does it get dicey around here?
What is dicey? What that mean?
Dicey.
I never heard that. Wow.
I ain't gonna lie. I can't take that. I can't take that shit, man. Him asking that shit. What time do you dicey around here, man? This shit don't feel good, bro. That shit don't feel good. It sound like a nigga trying to, like, you know, take advantage of our shit, dog. Make content based on our struggles with our people. I know you're not purple, bro, but you can't come into the equation, dog. Still fuck ass out, man. That's a dead. It's dead. It's dead right there, man. But I love y'all. I'm gonna go ahead and make my content as far as reactions and shit. And that's